Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, August the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Let me get a quick sound check, and can you see my screen? Okay, I'm usually William is telling me the second I open the room. All right, so you can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay, yeah, so JW Nordstrom, JWN, okay, earnings play, but as William is pointing out, I mean, some additional information, but released with their earnings. And so right here, I mean, look at this. I mean, it's almost down to that level. I mean, look at the 4 days ahead. I'm sure people were thinking, most people were thinking, how bad could it be? Well, this is as bad as it gets. However, what gets even worse is Sava, and I still can't quite get a handle on this. All I can see is that this is sort of rumor. Negative, just want to read this again. Negative claims about their scientific integrity, okay? And I that's all I could see. I can't see who said that or what, but this happened after hours yesterday. So there's Sava rolling along at $116. Here's after hours, and then all of a sudden, I guess this must have hit around 5:15, and then it started to move down, and it is continuing to move down, dropping 34%, down $29 yesterday, or right now, or 29%, down $34. So again, I cannot see who actually put that information out, questioning their scientific integrity, but obviously one to watch either for a continuation down or maybe a big bounce. I know they're trying to refute this. LWAC, now this is a really crazy one. Our charts only start at 7 in the morning, but actually this hit about $70 pre-market, okay? Hit about $70 pre-market, and this is a SPAC, and they're going to be a business combination with a cancer company. So that was their announcement, and this is a SPAC, and what a move. I mean, this was just sitting around $9 yesterday, and again, this hit $70 pre-market. CPOP. This is definitely out of my demographic. CPOP, something to do with dance chain software. Oops, CP. Let me just get this in. I have to be just a little. Yeah, and this is shortable. I know what Real is talking about. The Mint is shortable, but it's too late now for me. JFin. JFin is an earnings play. JFin, China company, JFin. And is it holding? Yeah, got up to 528, moving back down to 445. So there's a 200-day moving average also. So it did get above the 200-day, but it is now below it. We already talked about SPRT is still alive and kicking, guys. SPRT almost reached yesterday's high. You just gotta. Just give me a moment. Okay, SPRT. So it almost hit yesterday's highs in the pre-market. Got up to, let's see, that's about 1436. Yesterday's high was 1472. So it came within about 30 cents. So, I mean, that's why I have an alert set here for yesterday's high. Had a nice pullback right here. Starting to move again, SPRT. EXPR. Okay, now the meme stocks, of course, got crazy yesterday. And this is actually an earnings play, but it is starting to move down. But it's a meme stock, more importantly, I guess. But it is also an earnings play, but starting to move down. LX is another China play, earnings play. Another one approaching the 200-day moving average. Again, another one that gapped up to 870, back down to 840. So we'll have to see. Again, you know, with all these, you just have to wait to see what happens once this market opens. China stocks were rebounded yesterday in a big way. Already talked a little bit about the SAVA, S-A-V-A. I mean, the next low looking left, $75 is the next low looking left for SAVA. So, I mean, again, I don't know if anybody can really... Okay, so now I'm getting a little more news on this. Alzheimer's drug mired in controversy. Okay, here we go. It was revealed that a citizen petition was filed with the FDA requesting halting of the two trials. The petition filed by a law firm alleged that all of the foundational science supporting SAVA's claims about the drug's use for Alzheimer's are based on systemic data manipulation and misrepresentation. Wow. So I'm finally getting to the bottom of this. All I could see was that it was negative news or negative rumors, but this is it, guys. So yeah, I mean this could keep going. DKS is an earnings play. Yeah, DKS on the move. DKS on the move. And wow, what a move. I mean, when I first saw this, it was sitting around this 117 mark, so it has already tacked on another $12 or so. KC and the sunshine. Anyway, KC, guys, is an earnings play. Another China earnings play. Big gap up, actually. There's no volume in this one. OPCH, I did notice that it gapped up. There wasn't very much volume. Now the volume is starting to pick up. We're going to be added to the S&P Midcap 400, OPCH. So gap up for it on the news, and it obviously happened after hours yesterday, that news. Now you know, PJ. Anix, A-N-I-X, gapping up. It is a virus play. But it really got up to $6 and pulled all the way back down. Yeah, this SNTG, I've got it on the watch list. Yeah, why is this happening? Just a minute, please, okay? Okay, just a minute, guys. Okay, so SNTG, anyway, SNTG Again, this one last week when RGC was going crazy, I know Zach mentioned that this could be a bit of a sympathy play. So I mean, it's up. And speaking of RGC, look what it did after hours yesterday. RGC, look what, I mean, well, not just after hours now, guys. It is right. I mean, this went crazy after hours. This was at 15 and it got up to 24. Pulled back down, and now it's back up to 24. Again, you're on your own trading this. This is a really, really wild one. Only 2.3 million in the float. The high it got up to, I mean, it's even approaching that, $27 or so. So let's see if SNTG follows a little bit with it. Yeah, I'm going to have to answer that one afterwards, top down. Yeah, too much happening right now. Remind me if I forget, maybe around 10 o'clock, okay? Okay, just a minute, guys. What else we got here? EH. EH is an earnings play. China earnings play. This is a gap down. This is an airline, well, in the airline industry, I believe. Well, okay, autonomous aerial vehicle technology platform, etc. Okay. Anyway, EH gap down on earnings. And ASO is also an earnings play, and I believe. Okay, guys, I'm on a development build, and it's going a little wacko on me. Okay, yikes! What's going to happen here? What time is it? 9:18. Okay, guys, give me a moment here. I have to see if I might have to get out of this. It's not responding, so I might have to delete the program. Not delete the program. You know what I mean. It's an ongoing process, Dejan. I mean, all they did really was add some color. Okay, so I can't tell you when, other things are going to happen, but all they did really was add some color, which is, not that big a deal, really. Okay, guys, it looks like I'm going to have to, just do the old Control-Alt-Delete and get out. Okay, so of trade ideas. I'll be right back. All right, guys, now give me a moment here. I have to get some of my charts updated also. So just give me a moment here. All right, again, just give me a moment here. I just want to get some of these. I had some thumbnail charts, and unfortunately, you know, I wasn't able to save my work. ADTX is on the move here, guys. ADTX on the move. Let me see if I can get ASO. There we go. This is where it's not because of the symbol ASO, but look at ASO, guys. This is almost an all-time high, or basically it's an all-time high now. ASO, earnings release, ASO. Yeah, this RGC is absolutely gone crazy now. Again, you got to be so careful with it, okay? Such a low float, relatively expensive stock. With that float, as you know, this can drop $15 just like that. It can go up $15 just like that. But got a problem here, guys, with this new build that I'm. Okay, guys, what time is it? 9:22. Oof, I might have to go back to the previous one. All right, guys, I'm going to have to, again, do the old task manager thing, get out of trade ideas, maybe load a previous version. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Now I gotta find an old version. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just having to load yesterday's version. Time is at 9:25. Okay, just under the gun here. Okay, again, I'm sorry. I just have to do some adjustments on my charts. Now, if you're a new trader, listen to real. Okay, as I've said this several times about RGC. You're on your own in that one. I mean, that is so difficult to trade. You can't take too many. I mean, this can go up and down $15 just like that. Okay, fun to watch, but not, and it's fun to be in it if you're on the way up. Not so much fun on the way down. Look at SNTG, guys. Now, I mean, this SNTG is sort of trying to piggyback a little bit on this. Just give me a moment, guys. I just have to let the developers know what's going on. All right, guys, sorry about that. What time is it? 9:28, just under the gun. I'm just conversing with our development guys, trying to figure out why that was happening, why I was getting the not responding. OPCH guys, I'm here. Look at this SNTG again, kind of piggybacking. Like, there's no real, I don't think there's no business with the RGC. There's no combination or anything like that, but SNTG, it is a China stock. RGC, China stock. Coming way off the bottom here. And again, it's a low float, 5.27 million in the float. Not quite as frantic as the RGC. Wow, the RGC, unbelievable. The Sava is really interesting. It's kind of holding that 83 now. Haven't been able to go over the upgrades and downgrades because of what happened. Okay, we're open, guys. You just crept up on me. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. and see how this. Okay, so SNTG, I mean, pull back. I'm going to stick an alert around $7 for that one, just in case it wants to piggyback a little bit on the RGC. Again, it's early, guys. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things kind of settle down. Okay, Sava is trying to have a bounce here, guys. SAVA trying to bounce. RGC, of course, got halted. LWAC got halted on the way up. Believe it or not, this hit $70 in the pre-market, LWAC. Look at Sava really, really bouncing here. Morning, Aja. So, well, RGC popped, but it's halted. And JFIN, yeah, JFIN just got halted also. It got halted on the way up or on the way down? On the way up, look at the volume that came in, JFIN. Earnings play, China. What did it hit in the pre-market? 524. Look at support, guys. Well, it's not support, of course. It is support. Support.com. SPRT, just hovering over 14, or just around 14. I wonder if Urban is an earnings play. URBN. Urban is an earning. Look at this one moving down, guys. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Urban Outfitters, URBN. Moving down. Still has room to move down. Of course, the bleak one with just a minute, guys. Okay, let's take a look at Nordstrom's and see if it's, well, it's kind of holding a little bit here. There's the next low looking left is around 31.84, so it's very close to that. Look at DATS, guys, another one that was super active, DATS. DATS. Wasn't really that active in the pre-market, but trying to come off the bottom here. A lot of action already. RGC, well, let's see what it, I'm just looking to see where it may open. No real big clue here, 36.36, so it's not like it's a massive gap so far. Halted at 9:30, so if it's going to open, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 28 seconds after 9:35 for RGC. CNK on the move here. CNK. Of course, this is maybe picky. I don't know what AMC is doing. AMC is having a bit of a day. I mean, obviously AMC yesterday was crazy. CNK, another cinema. 1949 is the 200-day moving average. And RGC just opened, and what did it do? Yeah, actually, it didn't really pop. It didn't really drop. But it looks like it's trying to, now it's trying to pop. Again, guys, there's no easy way to trade this sort of a stock. What's the market doing? Didn't even have a chance. So we have a little disconnect going. The Dow's down, SPY's up a little, and tech is up a little. So a little bit of a disconnect going between growth and revenue stocks. Whoa, AMC just took a big pop up, guys. AMC. So keep an eye. You don't want to play something. So CNK obviously piggybacking on that. Okay, so SPRT is actually, I had this on a pullback. I wanted to see if it would pull back to this level and bounce, and that's the SPRT. CNK, guys, on the move here, piggybacking off AMC. There's not as much volume. This is LWAC, the U, okay, not as much volume. Nordstrom's is, I'm hearing it, so it must be going down. Yeah. JWN approaching 32. All right, guys, S&TG is right back up to 680. I'm definitely interested on a 7 break for S&TG. That doesn't mean if it breaks 7, you should take the trade, okay? I'm just saying I'm interested to see what it does around that 7. Obviously, it's got a ton of room. Yeah, so after the brief little, wow, not brief, I mean, that got up to almost $90 and it dropped right back down to 82 for the Sava. All right, guys, well, let's take a look. S&TG over 7 now. And dropped. Let's take an alert up here, 7-11. What am I hearing? BPTH, BPTH, BPTH. On the way down, BPTH. That's the one that, yeah, this one yesterday got up to 860 and it closed way down here, continuing down. I think it had some news yesterday. SNTG guys holding 7. Well, you see the Holly alert. This is the trade of the week, guys. So obviously not working that well. I think it's probably stopped out. The trade of the week has probably stopped out. Choppy action, guys. Choppy action right off the bat. Typical in the first 15. That's really why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. This is, I kept this in the simulator. This was something from the simulator yesterday, you know, and I just kept it. I'll show you how you can actually practice swing trading in the simulator. Decided to keep it, see what would happen. Of course, I'm waiting for my option scan to give us some alerts. All right, well, CNK, well, I had the big pop up to 1762, the big pullback. I'm looking at AMC. Oh, it did the same sort of thing with a big topping tail. You got to be careful. I mean, the first 15 minutes, I mean, there is a lot of action in the first 15. Up, down, up, down. All right, Annex, guys. Annex just showed up. Okay, there's the SNTG, guys. On the move. SNTG on the move. Low float. 5 million. Be careful. That's all I can say. You're going to trade this. Be careful. But it is on the move. Look at the volume that just came in to support SPRT. Look at the volume. Well, it's the first 15-minute candle, I guess. Yeah, it's still 5.5 million shares. SPRT. ADTX, guys, showing up. On the option scanner, ADTX. So touch the 200-day moving average, and when you look left, what do we see here? Let's see, the next high looking left is 320, 335, 378. It's got some room if it can get through that 335. Look at SPRT, guys. Look at that volume that came in that first 15-minute candle. Look at the volume. I mean, there's the pre-market volume. It was pretty good pre-market, but look at the volume coming in. What did I just hear? I heard K, I think. No, that's what I was hearing. Pay. P-A-E. P-A-E. Let's see if I can see any reason for it. Morgan Stanley downgraded. All right, so it has room to the 6th level, I guess. I think the next low looking left is around 591 on the on the monthly chart. Not a lot of other support. Burks, BGI, Burks, look at Burks, you know, a Canadian big jewelry store. Burks just got halted, BGI. It's on an earnings play. Usually he's not too active unless it's earning. Look at this little run it's had. Who the heck is buying jewelry? BGI, Burks. No bounce in JWN yet. Underneath 32 now. And the next low looking left is 31.85. So, I mean, it's right there. The next lows are 31.08. I mean, maybe 31 holds it. But looking pretty bleak, right? That's a massive gap down. Especially in advance of earnings. You know, I mean, look pretty buoyant. People expecting, okay, how bad could it be? In fact, probably expecting some decent numbers. And look at this. ADTX, guys, ADTX. Let's keep an eye on it. I mean, I still like to see it. I mean, it doesn't have as much room as I'd like to see. It's got that little area right there at 335. That's at 330. Well, it's actually dropping now. See, I mean, see where it got to? It got right up to that area and then it stopped. I wish that hadn't have been there. You know, look at Kara, guys, continuing down after that, in theory, great news yesterday. And just, you know, it just kept moving down, down, down. I mean, it closed up for the day, but, I mean, look what it gave up. 18 down to 15, and now it continues down. And that is Kara. Man, whippy action, guys. Look at the SNTG right back down now. I mean, you had to trade that one. Meanwhile, Nordstrom's continues down. Getting closer to that maybe support at 32, or sorry, 31 on that daily chart, maybe. All right, well, I'm just going to mention this once. I mean, the meme stocks are now just in disarray, big sell-offs with the GME and the AMC, so I'm going to forget about them. Not on my option scanner. So you must have fiddled around with the values. I'm not saying I'm not. Oh well, first of all, JMIA. Wait a minute. It used to be an expensive stock. Now it would fit the bill. 2000, and that's why. There's no. You must be looking at maybe option play magic or something, because the option volume today is not great. Only 6%. But anyway, the BGI just resumed. Meanwhile, this PAE is continuing down. This is actually on the gapping down scanner. All right, BPTH now underneath 6. Now the 200-day moving average is 566, so it's getting really close to that. Maybe a bounce off that. Yeah, Triple U. I don't think I mentioned it. I know it's on it was on the watch list. Triple U. Oops. Yeah, pretty choppy so far. Pretty choppy. Low float. 2 million in the float. You guys are talking about VRPX. Yeah, look at this move for VRPX. Really nothing in the pre-market was going to alert you to this VRPX. Look at this move. And decent volume, 2 million in the float. Next high looking left is $20. Nordstrom just keeps moving down. I mean, you can't chase it now, but wow, what a move for VRX. Excuse me, just looking to see if there's any sort of news. I don't see any news. This is, well, another pop like that is probably ripe for a halt. Well, on the short list from, are you talking about a short or? Well, guys, I mean, Nordstrom's, I mean, it is just sinking, getting closer maybe to that 31 support. Shoot, that PAE just kept moving down. I was really thinking about taking that one. That was from a gap down. I didn't take it though, unfortunately. It's not an earnings play. I don't see any other reason. I'm watching Kara here, guys. I mean, Kara is still so weak. It's hanging underneath 14. All right, guys, ADTX is right back up. I mean, I think the key, I mean, look what it got to. It got to 338. If it can get back up over that again, I mean, it's got a shot, I guess, at this 378 level, which is, you know, be excellent on a percentage basis. So keep an eye on the ADTX. This is from the auction scanner. I see Sava is just, you know, hanging tough around 82 after the pop up and then the drop right back down. I mean, if Nordstrom takes out 31, look out below even more so. I mean, it's already down 8, it's down 17%. $30.79 is actually 31.08 and 30.79. Those are the next two lows. I mean, look at this monthly chart. If it takes that out, look at this gap underneath. Give me a moment here. Yeah, the ADTX, I mean, it's just, I think it's just going to be a struggle. what I would do is just put an alert, you know, around that 337 mark. See if it can get back up there again later on. It's a low float, so I mean, you know, a lot of interesting things can happen. It's already traded 27 million. There's the float of 11, so it's traded the float about 2.5 times. Well, first of all, you've got to have a stop if you're shorting Sava. Okay, it depends where your stop is. If it keeps working on the way down, you just, you know, keep the trade. But you have to have a stop. Another low float, ATER, another low float situation. Zach is talking about this one. The high's up here at 420. I mean, look at the room it's got. If you look left on the daily chart, let's see, what do you have here? 464, 439. It's got some, you know, little areas it's got to get through. All right, guy. Ooh, there it is. ADTX just briefly got up to that level, and they came right back down. I have to set the level again. It's too bad that 338 is there. It's just getting stuck right there. All right, ScanSource. I don't know this one. The guys, wow, this is an earnings play. No action. I shouldn't say that. It actually had moved a little bit in the pre-market. It must not have had enough volume. All right, guys, V-Ray. It does have some room. I mean, a little bit of room here. 566 is the next high looking left, so it's got a little bit of room. It just showed up on the option scanner. Yeah, I just got halted. LWAC just got halted. Again, if you weren't here in the pre-market listening to me, believe it or not, you know, our chart started at 7 in the morning, Eastern time. There goes ATDX, guys. What I was going to say about the LWAC, it actually hit $70. $70 in the pre-market. I don't know how long it was there. Doesn't really matter, but it hit about $70 in the pre-market. Well, I mean, I think ADTX could stall, you know, at that next high. I mean, it finally got through that 338, but the next high looking left is, you know, 378. It's still, I mean, that's great on a percentage basis if it gets anywhere close to it. Now, if it can take that out, hey, I mean, then you've got 387, takes that out. I mean, that's your fantasy area way up here. I'm not saying it's going to get there. ADTX, well, we have 11 million in the float. Well, my goodness, guys, JWN just continues to move down towards that 31 level. Wow. KV Ray, inching. Meanwhile, TBPH continues down here. TBPH continues down. Big gap down day yesterday. Continuation. Let's take a look at OTRK. OTRK from Zach. Yeah, so again, another low float situation. What's the next high looking left? 1159. So it's taken that out. 1166. It's taken that out. So the next high, wow, that's right. That's why I was interested in this one. So the next high is 1546 or so. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you know, you get over 12 on some volume, and this could have a run. The OTRK. And LWAC just resumed, and what did it open at? LWAC, so opened a little higher, but halted at, 2706. And now it's at 2772. And again, if you have charting that goes before 7 o'clock, you just take a look at where it got to. V-Ray, guys. Big level now, the 550. Again, the next high looking left is 566. It could easily stall in this area, okay? Well, the value of stops is it prevents you from blowing up your account. You know, how's that? I mean, you're going to get stopped out. Don't look. You're going to get stopped out, and then you're going to look and say, "Man, I wish I hadn't got stopped out because now it's working." It's going to happen, okay? But the value stops really prevents you from blowing up your account. You start ignoring your stops and hoping that something is going to work for you, and keeps going. If you're long, it keeps going down, 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 hoping and praying that it's going to go up, taking a far bigger loss when you finally get out. But listen, sure, you'll see cases in which you get stopped out, and then it starts moving in the direction you wanted it to, and you're going to say, why did I obey my stop? Well, guys, I think we got a couple of winners here. ADTX, look at this go now. 378, I mean, that's... So I don't know how many times I'm going to have to tell you guys. I mean, if you are new to trading, you know, I'm not saying this is going to work like this every single day. But I mean, if you just wanted to concentrate on a few stocks a day, take this unusually strong options volume scanner. Okay? I mean, I'm actually a little surprised. You know, I mean, during earnings season, it is, you know, we get a few more alerts. I just wasn't quite sure what would happen when we're out of earnings season, but my goodness, guys, I mean, you know, as Dan used to say when he used to come into the room, people, what more do you want? You want to concentrate on a few stocks a day? You know, and some days maybe it's not going to work, okay? But, and when I say not work, they may not move that much. So you don't trade that day that much. If you're new to trading, instead of flying around trying to figure out all sorts of different types of setups, you know, concentrate on just that one and see what happens. Exactly, Zach. I mean, I was a little concerned about that 338, but when it blew through that, you know, then from 338 to that high that I was talking about would be a great percentage move, you know, and it got up to 378. Now it's stalling there. So, I mean, if you took this one over 338, I mean, that's a great move. Even if you waited, if you took it right off the bat, hey, I didn't. Now this V-Ray, I mean, again, guys, if you took the trade, and I'm in this one, you took the trade, your next area is at 566. Okay, it could stall there. If somehow it takes that out, then 577. Okay, I mean, that's... No, I've taken some out because I'm still a little leery that it's going to get stuck right there. There is some news on it. No, it was yesterday, so I don't see any news on it today for V-Ray. Not much option volume. So, well, it's 10,000 contracts, which is 7 times normal. I mean, that's all it's looking for. It's not designed, my watch list is not designed for that, no. It won't work in the pre-market. I actually put a delay on it for 15 minutes. I had a question, will my watch list work in the pre-market? I actually delay for 15 minutes getting an alert. Wow, Sava's having a big bounce now, guys. A big, big bounce. The only thing you could try to do, Ben, is in the repeating version, you'd have to put a post or a pre-market high alert. No, no, you know what? Let's see, would that work? No, with the filters in place, no. You can't do it. Not with the filters that I have in place. I wouldn't be so anxious to try to trade these in the pre-market though. Nice short from this, 669. Meme stock plus earnings, such as they are, EXPR. All right, guys, I'm going to start my spiel right now as I'm sort of catching my breath with the V-Ray and the ADTX. Well, first of all, if you're new to look at the market, yeah, just noticing here, look at the market surging higher. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. We have a great promotion on right now. If you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this will be in effect until Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? It's 25% off. I've just put in the promotional code. Well, not to my watch list, Ben. Listen, I mean, you can look at the pre-market. Just look at I've got scans that I run in the pre-market for sure. In fact, I'm just going to go over that in a bit, okay? When I get to my scan section. We actually have a channel too, a pre-market channel you want to take a look at. All right, so I put the link to my homepage is right there. It's also here in this main trading room. It's always available right there. If you click on Barry's homepage and then just click on the link. And this is what you'll see. So we have 4 plans. And now again, here's the promo code to use. Test Drive 25, all in caps. 25% off the first month or the entire year. So again, that discount's only good for the first month. So we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 25%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus that 25%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll show you in a little bit. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to have an annual subscription. In fact, I would recommend, if you don't know our program very well, do not take on an annual subscription. Start off monthly. You can always start off with a monthly standard, $118, or the premium, $228. You'll get that 25% discount for the first month only. However, if you decide that you want to upgrade, you do it within 30 days of taking out your subscription, and you want to say upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo code. Okay? More information from my homepage. Now, this section, Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, the Stock of the Day video that I do, and the education section. These sections are all free. So if you click here, for instance, on the education section, we have the 20 introductory lessons. If you're new to Trade Ideas or you don't have Trade Ideas, but you want to take a look at some of the features that we have, this explains it very quickly. They're not videos, it's just all text-based. You know, what is a top list? Building a top list. Alert windows, creating alert windows. All the way down to, we nickname the AI Holly, Brokerage Plus. So a lot of quick information here, the basic features of Trade Ideas. Daily support sessions. Today is Wednesday. I believe that will be Steve taking over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Before I take my break at noon, I will put the link in for YouTube. Daily webinars. The one today is canceled. Normally it's a Q&A with Dan and Brad, but it is canceled. And I think we're going to be revising the webinar schedule. But right now, still Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, but today's is canceled. More educational videos. So if you click on the watch videos, you know, this is a good one. Starting Trade Ideas from scratch. Back to basics. Great, great video series. If you are new to trading, take a look at this. 36 quick videos, starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. And trading ebooks that we created. So, a lot of information on my homepage. Especially this section, the education, and now my scans that I'm sharing. Okay, this is a sample layout. So Ben, you asked about what you can use in the pre-market. This is what I use in the pre-market. My gap up and down and pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market to find stocks that are moving. Okay? So again, and this of course is my my absolute favorite, moving higher with unusually strong options. Seems to produce every single day, a couple every day anyway. Gives you something to focus on. So you're going to have this one. Other scans that I have that I'm sharing are here also. So again, lots of information on my homepage. Save my link, and then you can take a look at these two sections that have a lot of information, and you can take a look at them whenever you want. Now, just sizing my screen. Maxim, I have no explanation for that. If you got the position open and just like this and you're not seeing it, no simple explanation for that. What I would do is I would send, if you click on help and click on help and send files to support, they'll be able to take a look at the log. Okay? I have no explanation why that would happen. You're sure it went through? You can see it in your IB account. Okay, you can actually see it. Then I have no explanation. Sorry. So you might, again, if you click on help and then send files to support, and with an explanation, hey, I took an order, it shows up in my IB account, it's not showing up in my positions. All right. A little explanation about what you're seeing here, if you're new. Trade Ideas is a scanner. Wow, look at, gosh, these meme stocks are going crazy again. Excuse me. We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scanner. Basic new highs and lows. I right click, configure, summary. This is what I'm looking for in this scanner. And it is a scanner that I'm sharing. But if you looked at this and you thought, well, okay, I like the concept, but I'd like a different price range, of course you can change the price. You can change it to whatever you want. Let's change it to 10 and 60. If I click on summary, you see how that has changed now. All right, I'm not going to do that, but that's what you can do. So you can take my scans, and then if you want to adjust them, you of course can do so. So the bottom line is this. If stock meets these filter requirements, 1 in 20, current volume is at least 6, means it's trading at least 6 times normal, etc. If a stock meets these filter criteria and it makes a new high or new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Now the good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. If you right-click, configure, and search, here are all the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down, when it changes to this icon, these are the filters that we have. So, and you don't have to learn them all. I don't know them all. I don't use them all. I probably use, 0.5%, if that, of all the alerts and filters that we have. But we try to create enough, excuse me, that the majority of our customers, if they want to create their own scans, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so that's why it's no programming language to learn. Option scanner does not have a 15-minute delay. It's this, my watch list up and down. That has a 15-minute delay. The option scanner does not have a 15-minute delay. Okay, so that is that's an explanation about what Trade Ideas is, all right? Give me a moment here. And again, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. And by the way, when you click on new dock channel bar, and you're going to see right now, there it is, Trade Ideas AI. We're not talking about Neo 2.0 or Grail anymore. Okay, fine, that we've got rid of all that. So what I would do is from our toolbar, I would click on new AI/Holly strategy trades window, and this is what you would see. Not these two windows up here, but this is what you would see. And, these are the alerts that have happened so far today. A short of INVA, 1521, it's 1496 right now. Okay, you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You can watch to see how it's trading a little bit if you want. You have a stop. And again, how you trade them will be up to you. But that's all I would do. And you can take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, so you don't have to load it every day. Okay, now I want to talk about this window that you see here, this blue window you see here that we call Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put the link in, the Brokerage Plus link. I'm going to put it in to the rooms. Oops. All right, so I just put the Brokerage Plus link in. So you see there are two videos. The first video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Shows you how you connect to those two accounts, then you can actually use this window to trade. Okay, but please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. People get very confused about this. This is a feature, an option that we have. You don't have to use it even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. It's just, it has a different interface. If you're using IB, a lot of people find the IB interface rather antiquated. So you can use this if you want. No, you don't have to. But again, if you don't have either of those two, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. You can use any broker with Trade Ideas. Okay? Now, the second video that you see goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window and more advanced features, okay? Also, that second video shows you how you can use as a simulator. And then, this is the next part of my spiel here. Before you start trading with real money, use our simulator. It's a paper trader simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, it's just using our real-time data. Very easy to use. You just click on a symbol, and the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. and away you go. This is what you see here is something I did yesterday, okay, in the simulator. Took this GIVO, I kept it overnight. This is how you can practice swing trading if you want, if you don't get out of a trade by the end of the day. It'll continue. So let's take a look at something here. All right, let's just say you wanted to take ADTX, okay, but you didn't want to take it right now. Maybe you wanted to, if it pulled back all the way down to 3, you wanted to take it, okay? Just showing you how you can do something like that. So you pick how many shares you want to go in at, and what's the price I said? About 306. So I'm just going to put 306 here. Okay, I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. Okay, so if ADTX gets down to 306, and I'm not saying this is what you would do, I'm just showing you the mechanics of what you can do, and it'll take the trade if it goes down to 306. A lot of people like to trade pullbacks to a certain level, and that's how you can do it. So I'll leave that in there and see what happens. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about money management, which is very important. You know, you're going to practice in the simulator, but let me just see if I can find one. Don't have that many alerts today, so I'm just trying to find one that give you an idea about money. Oh, look at this. Well, I guess I've got to show it. I mean, this GME is crazy today. Oops, that's what happens sometimes with this new build. You've got to just delay just a second. I mean, look what it did. It got all the way down to 192, right back up to 216. AMC is starting to fly also. So anyway. For those of you following it, there it is. Now, I wouldn't do these topping up. I'm just trying to find something that might make sense, but boy, what an area now for JWN right here. I mean, if 31 can hold somehow, maybe it bounces. But if not, I mean, it just is. I mean, look at the monthly chart, guys. I mean, look at underneath on that monthly chart. Okay, you guys are talking about GNOG. See if that would be. Give me a moment here. I'm just trying to find something. Okay, let's take a look at this. I mean, a little extended and all that, but ATER. What's the spread? Spread's fine. So I'm going to take 500 shares of ATER. I'm going to buy it right at the market. So look where it took it. It took it at 431. Okay. I'm going to put a stop again for demonstration purposes, not because this is where the stop should be, but I'm going to explain why I'm putting it at 411, 20 cents away. So notice on the chart it says minus 97, it's close to $100, okay? So what I've done here is, again, when you get into trading, you know, in my opinion anyway, you've got to have a stop. Not every trade is going to work, so you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And that's where the practice is going to come in. You know, Real talks about maybe putting it at the bottom of a 5-minute candle, previous one, things like that. How you determine where you're going to put your stops, will only come with practice. How I do it, I like to visualize on a chart where I think I see some support, and if it breaks down through that support level, you don't want to be out of the trade. Okay, that's how I do it. There are all sorts of different ways you can place stops, but that's where the practice is going to come in. So that's the first thing. Okay, try to learn where you're comfortable placing stops. Second thing is, okay, once you figure out that, how much you're going to risk per trade. Right here, what I've done in the simulator is I only want to risk $100 a trade. And I think it's important that you don't vary how much you're going to risk per trade. Now, if you have a $5,000 account, I'm not going to, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. And again, I do not vary it. So you don't want to start thinking like this, $100, I risk the first trade, maybe I'll risk $200 the second trade, $300 the next one, $50 the next one. Try to keep it, as close to the same number as possible. The other thing you don't want to get into is revenge trading. So if you lose that first trade where you've risked, say, $100, and now you think, man, I better risk $200 the next because I've got to make it up. I've got to make up that $100 loss. Plus, when I win, I'll be up $100. Okay, so you lose. Now you're down that $200 plus the first $100. Now you're down $300, and on it goes. So, whoops, I just lost my earpiece. There we go. So try to keep, how much you're going to risk per trade the same every trade. They're not all going to work, okay? But this is money management. Now, somebody, asked before, so you know what? I could easily get stopped out here, 411, and it might drift down, and then all of a sudden it bounces. Then you're going to say, man, why did I obey my stop? It's going to happen, okay? But, the same tune, if you don't obey your stop, and you keep moving it down and down and down and down, and all of a sudden that $100 loss turns into a $500 loss, and you start kicking yourself, why didn't I obey my stop? Okay, so, some concepts, I've been going over them very quickly, but, the ability to place your stop, to obey your stop, and that is going to dictate also how many shares you take, which I didn't go over. Why I put a 20 cent, well, it's not 20 cents, it's 21 cents, but let me just bring that up just briefly, see if I can do that. Anyway, I put a 20-cent stop in, okay? Got in at 431, I just adjusted it, so I really should say 411. 20 cents, why did I do that? Just for math purposes, demonstration purposes, making the math easy. This is how you share size. Because my stop was 20 cents away, I'm going to risk $100. And if I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So again, my opinion is you don't go into trading with saying, well, I'm going to risk $100 a trade or $200 a trade. You should be varying your trade size based on the difference between your entry and your stop. And also, a lot of people think, well, I'll just risk 10 cents a trade, 20 cents a trade, 0.5% a trade, 1% a trade. That's not what I do. I don't think that's not what real does. I don't think that is the way to go. Your stop should be based on something, not just something you're pulling, well, I just want to risk 10 cents a trade or 20 cents a trade. It should be based on something a little more scientific. Okay, so practice trading. We got a great simulator. Just practice trading. Wow, look at Sava, guys. What a comeback for Sava. Okay, so when you get into a trade, you have to know where your stop is. Okay, this is not afterwards. You don't get into a trade. Obviously, the price you're getting in at. Okay, but you also have to know where you're going to get out. So it's that difference between where you enter and your stop. I adjusted it. I should actually say 411. I made it 20 cents away. So you take the difference between your entry and your stop, divide it into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. So in this case, it was 20 cents. If I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, then you can take 500 shares. So, you know, a little bit of math on the fly. And that's why you practice. Now, if you are constantly getting stopped out, you know, then obviously, you know, you have to start adjusting where you're putting your stops, or maybe, as Real was saying, you're getting into trades at the wrong time. You know, there's a lot to trading, guys. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to, you know, go live. Okay, you've got to be able to make money in the simulator before you practice, before you turn to a live account. But even if you can make money in the simulator, there's no guarantee you're going to make money in a live account, because, again, lots of things come into play, especially emotions. You know, in the simulator, you know, we try to say, I mean, treat it like it is real money. You know, that's the only way you can't start just taking, you have a $5,000 account, taking 10,000 shares of a $10 stock. You can't do that. So treat it like it's real money. But again, even if you can make money in a simulator, there's no guarantee you're going to be able to make money when you start trading live, because emotions really come into play. Well, I'll just leave it there. All right, guys, so see, no other new alerts from my option scanner. So again, you got to trade these guys. You know, these are not necessarily stocks that are going to, you know, just continue higher and higher all day long. But look where V-Ray got to. 559. What's the high there? 566. Remember what I kept saying. You got to be very aware of that high. And, you know, I mean, I traded out of it. I said, you know, I traded out of most of it. You know, I kept a little bit just in case it popped through, but I'm completely out of this trade, very aware where the next high looking left is on that daily chart. And the same with the ADTX. The ATDX, I mean, it still has might have some meat left, but, you know, again, you have to be very aware of that high. What was that high over here? 378. It got to what? 395, and it pulled right back down. So, you know, I mean, it could still move. I mean, if it gets down through 378 again. So, you know, get into the habit of keep looking left on these higher time frames to see where could it stall. If you don't see anything on the daily chart, check your weekly chart. You don't see anything on the weekly chart, check the monthly chart. So, I mean, well, if I check the weekly chart right there, I see 378. We knew that, right? We knew that. And then the next high is 387. And if we can somehow get through that, then, I mean, we're really talking. 540 is the next high looking left. That's all I do. I just keep, you know, because I'm mostly a momentum trader, so stocks are, you know, always making new highs or making new lows when I'm seeing them. I mean, I just keep looking left. Where could it stall on a higher time frame? LTRN just got halted, guys. LTRN just got halted. Not very much volume, but this will pick up. Meanwhile, it looks like JWN is taking out 31 now. Wow. Good thing my wife is still away. She would not want to be hearing this about Nordstrom's. Why would that be a wee bit sexist at all? If she were here, she'd be saying, "Don't you dare short Nordstrom's." All right, so this this LWAC, okay, first of all, let's see what happens with this lantern here. LTRN, so the volume is not great yet, you know, it got halted. I'm guarantee the volume is going to pick up. So what do? Right on my t-shirt it says look left. So if I look left, I see 1479 as an example, okay? Or 1484 or so. So I don't know where this is going to open. No real big clue right now. It looks, I mean, it's still saying 1325, and that's where it got halted. I can almost guarantee it's not going to open there. Well, I mean, that was the pre-market high. I'm not saying, of course, we're not saying it's going to get there. I mean, that's just what the pre-market high was for LWAC. Nobody is saying it's going to get there. You know what, guys? RGC is rearing its ugly head again. RGC. Again, this is a tough trader. You're new. You know, I mean, I'm just drawing it to the attention because, you know, there are people in this room that will look at something like this, but so top down, he's going to answer you, but I mean, in theory, you would take 8 cents divided into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. You know, do some math. If you're willing to risk $100 on the trade or $200 on the trade, you divide 8 cents into that amount. I mean, let's say it was 10 cents, okay? So if you're willing to risk $200 on a trade, in theory, you could take 2,000 shares. You must have a pretty sizable account, and we don't want to know. I mean, you're risking a lot of money. You're risking a lot on a trade. And if you're a new trader, I mean, well, I don't know what to say. But I don't want to know what your account size is. It's So there it is. Lantern LTRN did pop, but it popped right back down. So kind of in disarray here. Okay, top down. Listen really carefully. Okay, listen really carefully. When you get into a trade, and anybody else, okay? I know you're new, maybe new to this concept. When you get into a trade, again, as we always talk about it, not every trade is going to work. So yes, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. How many shares you take will be dictated by how much you're actually willing to risk on the trade. If you have a $100,000 account, you're not risking $100,000 on the trade, okay? You are going to risk a certain dollar amount. You know, what I do in this simulator is I'm always risking $100 on the trade. So if the trade works against me, the most I want to lose is $100. Okay? So how many shares I take, as I've said many times, you just take your entry minus your stop, which is in this case was 20 cents for the GIVO. Hence, I'm risking $100 on the trade. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Okay? I mean, that's what we're talking about. And as I say all the time, and what Real says all the time, and others probably will say all the time, is you keep the risk the same amount, the dollar amount the same every trade. You don't start going, well, I like this, $100 on this trade, $1,000 the next trade, $50 the next trade. Try to keep the risk amount about the same every trade. All right, Ater guys. So Ater is still kind of working here, and look at Ater again. What do? Look left. So 464 is the next high. Well, let's make sure about that. Actually, 439 is the next high looking left. So it's trying to get through that. If it can somehow get through that, 464. I wish all this weren't here. I mean, imagine though if it can somehow get up to 5 and take this out, and then look at the run it could go on. Let's take a look at Sava here. I just want to see if the company has actually come out with something. So now we're getting even more news on this. So this is a former SEC lawyer alleging that the data is faulty. I don't see. I'm just waiting for the big rebuttal from Sava. Don't see it yet. All right, guys. Well, things have slowed down. Well, if it was a bogus hit piece, it certainly worked. Keep an eye on Annex, guys. Annex is a virus play, okay? Trying to curl off this 480. Gets over 5. Might have a... Let's see, what did it get to? 530. Just looking at the next highs, looking left, 510. So, I mean, it got up to 530. Got up to actually almost 6 in the pre-market. So this is a, relatively low float, 28.5 million in the float. If you can somehow take out 5 on some volume, you could have a bit of a run. And that's the Annex. If you're new to trading, I would just stay away from LWAC. I mean, it's fun to look at. Boy. Okay, but I mean, it's got this low float, 12 million in the float. I don't see anything bullish about it right now. I mean, it's stalling right here, but I don't see anything bullish. If you're new to trading, though, I mean, I would just steer clear. What a bounce for Sava. Guys, SNTG may be getting, I mean, this has been, again, these are very whippy. But it is above 7 again. But look what it did. I mean, I did trade this one very briefly. It turned into kind of a scalp trade. I was hoping it would go higher, of course, and then it just dropped all the way down to 6, and now it's right back up. So it's very, very choppy, but the trend is up. And there's a cross right there. Well, it's too late now, 663. I mean, obviously the huge attraction of this is that huge drop, for whatever reason. I mean, it's presenting this, this potential massive gap fill. Yeah, Nordstrom's is having that bounce finally. I mean, that low finally held right down here. Remember, we were talking about this right there. What did it get to? Almost to the penny. I mean, right there, 30.79. What did it get to? 30.84, almost to the penny. And also, we had 30.75, so we had a couple of lows right there, and that kind of held it for a while anyway. No, I almost want to step in a little bit here. I mean, you guys, listen, Real is giving his time here. He's a trader, though, okay? So, not a trader, but a trader. So, he's been willing to answer a lot of these questions, but understand that he is a trader also, okay? So, if he doesn't answer you immediately or chooses not to for some reason, it's not... Maybe keep an eye on the Cara, guys. I mean, the Cara is still weak. It tried to get over 14. I don't know how dynamic it'll be. Again, the Annex is interesting. Again, it's interesting. Getting over 5 again. So again, guys, only 2 alerts, but beauties from, my option scanner, V-Ray and ADTX. But you've got to trade them. You can't think that these are just going to keep moving higher and higher and higher. Man, this RMR, look at the gap here. RMR, it's not an earnings play. No, forget it. Sorry, guys. No volume. No volume at all. Sorry. Nothing a calculator can't. I mean, look, guys. I mean, we just talk about just take the difference, divide it, and don't get so hung up. Oh, I should have taken 122 shares, and you take 119 or 125. I mean, but doing the math on the fly. And the other thing too is that I mean, if you're getting into things that are whipping so quickly, yeah, it can be difficult. But maybe those aren't the type of trades you should be taking when you're starting out. Sometimes, especially in the first 15 minutes to 30 minutes, I mean, things are incredibly whippy. Up, down, up, down, up, down. There's a reason I don't trade typically in the first 15 minutes. And I've been trading for a long time, and I decided, it's just not worth it. I mean, sure, am I going to miss something that just screams higher for the first 15 minutes? Sure. I'm prepared for that, though. But it's too many other times, when I used to try to take those trades right, when the market opened, it would be whip up, whip down, whip up, whip down. I just found it too psychologically damning to put a stamp on it. When your first trades are negative, it puts it psychologically it's tough. So I just wait. Doesn't mean my first trade is going to be a success just because I wait 15 minutes, but it just puts a bad. Just a bad mood, your first 2 trades, you take them right off the bat and they don't work. Now you're scrambling. Now you can get into revenge trading. But it took me a long time. I mean, because it used to drive me crazy. I used to see a stock and I'd see it in the pre-market. And market would open, it would scream higher, and maybe I'd take that one, but 2 others that didn't, and I would basically cancel out, or worse, taking 2 that didn't work and 1 that did work, and it would basically cancel out or worse, and it was just too frantic. So I said, it took me a while. It's hard sometimes, you see these stocks that are moving right off the bat, and you say, man, I want to be in that one, and it's hard. But look, there's so much action now. There was a time I wouldn't trade in the first hour. So top down, I just have to say again, you're not listening to us. I hate to be almost blunt, okay? You're still thinking, do you use 0.5, 1, 2% risk? Now, are you talking about the actual risk on the trade? because, again, it's going to vary every single trade. Okay, so you're talking about how much are you going to put in per trade? Okay, good. I wasn't sure. That's not your risk. I mean, there's some that say, okay, you don't, maybe put. Just a minute, please. I have just a second. I'll be right back. Okay. So yeah, so I mean, I don't know how else we can say it. Don't use percentages. Yes, I mean, I don't know how else we can say it. Look, you're going to do what you're going to do. Okay. We've talked about at length risking a dollar amount per trade, the same dollar amount per trade, not a percentage. Boy, what a recovery for Sava. If this was a bogus hit piece, that's pretty bad. Another aspect of trading, and this is how I do it. I mean, even if I weren't moderating a trading room, I never was an over trader. Okay, in other words, I was not somebody who said, well, I'm going to take 10, 15, 20, 30 trades a day. I have to be in a trade all day long, or I have to be in some trade at some point all day long. I don't mean keeping a trade all day long, but if I were in a trade and I got out, I have to find another one immediately. I can't go like an hour without being in a trade. Now that's just me. I know some of you out there, you want you want the action as long as if you're making money, fine. But look at my option scanner. If all I did was just take these two trades, I'd be fine. Okay? I have a lot of faith in this. One of the keys is finding some kind of I hate to call this a strategy, but a scanner that you get very, very comfortable with. Okay? So the fact it's only giving me 2 alerts a day, that's okay. If I don't get another alert from that all day long, and that's all I do is just stare at that all day long, and it's the only 2 trades I take, that's fine. For me anyway. I don't have to be in a trade, all day long. Well, TCAT, take a look at TCAT, see if it's still, yeah, it's still active. Yeah, it is still active, and it pulled back. I mean, it got up to $9 yesterday, closed down here at 7. So there's a $2 drop. I mean, that's a big percentage drop. $7, $7 and $9 stock. That's a big percentage drop. But yeah, continuing. Let's see what the DLPN is doing. DLPN actually came, I think, on my option scanner yesterday, I believe. And you know what? It will show up. Now it's down for the day, so it will have to be up for the day. But DLPN is starting to move. It's trading enough contracts. 2,000 contracts is my minimum. That option volume percent has to get to 300% before it'll trigger. It also has to make a new high for the day. It could happen. Well, DLPN, it's starting to move here, guys. DLPN, and it's still negative though. If this goes positive, I mean, make it dragged along with the TCAT. So I don't know what this is. PSTH plus. It's not showing up on my. It's not showing up in my Interactive Brokers account as PSTH plus. Let's see what happens if I just take PSTH. Yeah, so it must be a variation of this. It's the same company, but it's a warrant. Okay, that's what I thought. Just not loading. It must be a /W or something into Interactive Broker. Look at this market, guys. This market is putting on a nice move here. Remember at the beginning we were a little bit down. The Dow was down. Now there's a little bit of disconnect. I mean, NASA's not up that much. Well, this one, CCRN, wow, look at this one. I mean, there's an all-time high, CCRN. What a run it's had over the last few months. Cross-country healthcare, okay. Healthcare staffing, etc. Just looking at the AI, kind of blah. I mean, there's one garden, I suppose, GDN, but I mean, really nothing much happening. Okay, so this just showed up on the option scanner, right? KRG. And now look left. What do you see? 2035. So it's at 2030 right now. And then 2047. So there's this little area right there. If I can get through that, man, oh man, I mean, you know, it's got some room. Okay, it's got some room. There's 2059. I wish all that. Imagine if this weren't here. If all this were down here. You know, this could have a nice run. 83 million in the float, so it's not a super low float. Let's see, it has an upgrade from Raymond James to a strong buy. I wonder if they put a price target on it. Not that, well, they put a price target of 25 on it. So this is KRG, and it doesn't mean it's going to get to 25. Just really has to clear out all this. Okay, guys. Well, the Dolphin did show up now. DLPN did show up. It's a now positive. There's that option volume of 300% minimum. Okay, so now pre-market high 1279. I mean, it's got some. Yesterday's high was 1348, so it's got some room. TKAT is running, so this can help, certainly the DLPN. Bit of a spread issue, 1230, 1243. Bit of a spread issue for the DLPN. Well, guys, I mean, as long as TCAT keeps moving, I mean, it should pull Dolphin up, DLPN. You know, this is one of those. And then, yeah, OCG, let's see if it's moving. These are these NFT plays. Yeah, you see what it did yesterday? Almost the same kind of patterns as the other ones. And TCAT just got halted. TCAT just got halted. And there's Dolphin moving, guys. DLPN. Well, it'll be interesting to see how, I mean, if TCAT opens higher, let's take a look at TCAT to see what it might open at. Wow. What a run. Oh, it blasted through yesterday's high like nothing. I don't see a big, well, it's hard to know. I mean, I see 1030, 1150. I mean, that's crazy. This is what I'm looking at right now. So it's halted at 1030. Like this, you know, we'll see if that bid gets up closer to that 1150. And that's from Interactor Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Dola, hello. Yes, good morning. Sorry. So Avery, just go to my home page, okay? Go to my home page and go to the scan section. So when you click on my home page, go to the scan section and find the one that says unusually strong option, something like that, okay? So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Let me see if I can find it. So you'll see here, okay, there's the scan section, and this is what you want. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? You tried that link and it didn't work? Well, let me make sure. I'm pretty sure it should work. I'm just going to click on it. And yeah, this is what you should see. I just clicked on it. There it is. Are you talking about the getting to my home page didn't work, or the options didn't work? Yeah, so, well, okay. I'll click on the option link. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's going to work, but let's just do it. So there's the link. As long as it shows up here, there it is, right up here. Pops into a new into a new tab. Highlight it. Copy it. File. Load from cloud. There's the same string ending in AB1, AB1. Load it. Yeah, it definitely works. Definitely works. Thank you, Slow Down. No, guys, I mean, TK, come on, pull it along. Look at I mean, good, wow. Even I can get flustered. I mean, look at DLPN just being pulled along with TCAT. It was actually, in my opinion, a better play than TCAT yesterday. It didn't have quite the pullback, but TCAT is just on a mission right now. Okay, when you say how to fix an alert window in a docked window, you mean how do you put one in a docked window? Is that what you mean when you say fix? Like affix? AFIX? Is that what you mean? Ooh, I'm not sure I know what you mean. I mean, this is an example of a docked window. The docked window is behind them. Well, do you want to put an alert window inside a docked window? Is that what you want to do? So it's not, as you call it, behind the docked window? I'm not sure I know what you mean. I mean, this is an example of a docked window that I have. Okay, have you watched the video on docking? On creating a dock. Have you watched that video? Okay, so you created a dock, you duplicated the floating windows in it, so now you have a dock that might, I don't know what you've got in your dock, but you're moving it around. So I still don't quite understand what the question is then. So you duplicated the floating windows. So these at one point were floating windows. They're in the dock. So what's your question? I mean, now you can move it to another monitor if you want, or move it anywhere you want. So guys, again, with the Dolphin, you had to trade it. It was so dependent on TCAT, okay? You can't walk away thinking this Dolphin or any one of these, really, you're just going to continue higher. I still don't quite understand. When you duplicate, they appear at the top and you have to drag them down. I still don't quite understand. Why are you duplicating? The only way I want to duplicate something that's in a dock is I duplicate it into a free-floating window for some reason. I don't. So here it is. Now it's free-floating. But why? But if it's already in my dock, like, I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to accomplish here. So now there's a free floating window that I duplicated out of the docked window, but why would I wouldn't do that? Keep an eye on the KRG, guys. I mean, the KRG, maybe not quite as dynamic as some of the other ones. 83 million in the float. Might be a lot gentler a trade. I mean, it's just, you know, getting through all this. All right. Okay, listen, this is what I'll do. Let me load a couple of windows. Still not 100% sure I understand what you mean, but there's real scan. Let me load a couple other windows. And let's go one more. Okay. So here are three windows, three floating windows that I want to put into a docked window. Now I know you say you know how to do that, but I'm going to start right from scratch. See if I can try to figure out what you mean. So if I click on New Docked Window, I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to call it Test. Okay? So I call it Test. There it is, Test. Now, I take my first free-floating window, I right-click, and I duplicate into Test. So there it is. I take my next free-floating window, I right-click, I duplicate into Test. So now it's creating tabs at the top. I think I know where we're going, or what's happening with you. I'm going to right-click, duplicate into Test. So here are three windows. There are tabs. Now you can just grab the tab and put it where you want. And this is what happens. This little icon appears. Okay? So if you want it to the right of those first two, no, these are still tabs here. So now it's to the right. If I want Momo below, you just grab the tab, the header. And again, as that icon appears, you just, you know, pick the direction you want. There's up, down, left, right. I'm going to pick down, and now it appears underneath. Okay? If I decide, no, I want Momo underneath, the action is heating up. I just grab it, Use the down, select the down arrow. Now it's underneath it. Okay, so that's how you arrange it. Basically, you just arrange it. So depending how many windows you got, you just arrange them. You know, it takes a little bit of work, trial and error perhaps, but it took me a while to get used to, the fact that I had to wait for this little icon to show up. But once you do it a few times, okay, and then give it. Now the other great thing is save it. Okay, you can save your dock window. Save or share to cloud. So right click, save or share to cloud, and see it says test. So now I could save that. So because I have some dock windows that I don't have up and running all day long. Easy for me to bring back, especially my pre-market one. I can bring it back at any time. Oh, well, I use it in the pre-market. So I bring it back in the pre-market. And then when the market opens, I close it down. Really simple. Okay? Does that answer your question? Okay, good. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure how to answer that question. I mean, we do have a channel. You can take a look at this channel called, if you click on the channel bar, Swing Ideas, I think. Okay. Where are you? Swing Ideas. So you click on that and you can take a look at a couple of, I think there are a couple of scans. We've got 3 scans here: daily pullback, bar reversal, squeeze break, AI enhanced resistance cross. You can take a look at these 3, for potential ideas on how to swing trade. I'm not a big swing trader, so I can't say, well, this is what I use. But we do have that channel that kind of focuses a little bit on swing trading. Okay, so just go to the channel bar. Hopefully all you guys are now using the dock version. The big reason for using the dock version, you can go to a channel, click on it. All these channels, of course, are theme based, and your layout will not disappear like it used to. Well, anything's possible. You can make, when you say custom channel, I mean, you can, again, if you want to take these and extract them and put them into a docked window, and so yes, it's possible. I would just create a dock window. If you don't know how to do that, creating a dock window, then I would suggest, first of all, you have to be using the latest beta, okay? If your version doesn't start with 5.5, so when you click on help and about, if it doesn't start with 5.5, then you're not on the docked version. And I really recommend you take a look at the docked version. And then watch that video. That'll show you, for instance, you could consider this a layout. All right? This is just a, you could make a layout that looked just like this. And you could bring it back at any time. You could have it up and running all day if you want. Guys, again, the KRG, maybe not as exciting as some of the other ones because of the float, but inch by inch moving higher from the option scanner. And again, remember we looked left. 2035 was an area. 2047 is the next area. It gets through that. 2054, 2059, that area right there. I mean, if it can somehow get through that, you know, that 2060, wow, I mean, look how much room it's got. Another dollar. Not saying it's going to do it. I'm just saying that's what I'm looking at. The price was $538 when it hit the option scanner. So after that push here, that first 15 minute, it rested. And what did it get to? 559. So I mean, was it fantastic? Nah, I wouldn't call it fantastic. Nice little percentage move. But as I stated several times, you know, I took this trade knowing full well that it could stall right up here at around that 566 level, the next high. And that's virtually what it did. Well, it's down now, but it, you know, but at the time of the alert, you're just watching this KRG. All right, something is SCSC. This okay, another break here, guys, for this now coming into a lot of resistance here. Whoa, that is a lot of resistance. I don't know. It's not. It is an earnings play. I guess it released earnings after hours, SCSC. Triple U. Well, look where it got to. I mean, almost to the penny, right? High of 720. What was the high over here? 718. So I mean, it really. It's amazing, guys. I mean, you know, looking left can really kind of give you an idea about where a stock could go to. Not 100%. Does it have to stop there? Of course not. But okay, guys, market is still moving higher. Still kind of interested in this KRG. I mean, again, you just got to get through all this. All right, it is now 11:41. Steve Gomez will be in the YouTube room when I take my break. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. Again, that KRG may not be, you know, as dynamic as some of the other ones, but it might be a gentler trade. That's all I can say. Oh, I see. While I was just away from my desk, the CNET also. But again, guys, look left. So the alert was at 171, right? When you look left, what do you see? I mean, just because you get an alert in the option scanner doesn't mean you just pile into it. Because look here, look left. I see 176. I see 175. This was 185. You get an alert at 171. It might really struggle to get through this. Now, if it gets through this, you know, then we've got something. See you guys talking about keyboards. I have nothing fancy other than the fact that it is a solar powered keyboard and I love it. All right, guys, getting close. Yeah, Steve is taking over in about 10 minutes for me in the YouTube room. All right, so I'm pretty sure that Dolphin probably traded just like TCAT, right? I mean, there's no reason, you know, so when you got, if you're, well, actually, I mean, TCAT, Dolphin has actually fallen a lot further than TCAT. Interesting. So I'd be watching TCAT, I'd be watching Dolphin again if TCAT starts to run. Put the chart side by side. You know, this is definitely fallen further than the TCAT. So I would really put these charts side by side, see if TCAT starts to run again in a big way, and you know, this might give us another trade. You know, this ADTX, guys, is really basing nicely here now. Early alert from the option scanner. It was the first one, 943. And basing nicely, though. And again, look left. What do we see? 378. 559 on the monthly. What do we see on the weekly? 378. So, and 387. So you get these little highs that if it can take out these little highs, I mean, it's got a lot of room on a percentage basis. So I mean, this is just resting now. So what I'd be doing is sticking an alert. I mean, actually, it got up to 395. I'd be for sure sticking an alert up in that 390 area, maybe 388, and see if it takes it out later on. You know, it's just resting right now. It's a low float. I mean, look at that. I mean, look how much is traded the float. 8.5 times. So, now I'm not saying it's going to take this out, but you know, just put a price alert and see if it happens. Kara's on the move, guys. Actually, Kara is on the move. It took out 14. I've been watching this one. It's one of my thumbnail charts. Been watching this one, so it's trying to recover here. One track, OTRK. Yeah, is it ever falling nicely? Well done, obviously. Short. Look at the market. Look at this market just running here. Meanwhile, this SCSC just keeps moving higher and higher and higher. It's not quite an all-time. Well, again, oh, that's right. It's got all this resistance that's coming into. This is one that I'd be. Is it shortable? Yes, it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that it would take all this out. Okay, yeah. Well, Zach can't hear me, but yeah. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's coming into this area here where, in theory, it should really stall. So Playboy is one of those NFT. Well, okay, wow. Man, remember when it was up here, $55, cut in half. IPO right there. I mean, it had a fantastic 3 month. Well, after the first month, fantastic 2 months. Even the third month, it got up here before it finally pulled back. But since then, it's just has done nothing. But this is an NFT play. Let's take a look at LX. It's just showing up on my scanner on the way down now. But you know what? Looks like there's pretty good support not that far away. This is an earnings play. LX is an earnings play. Now Sava's on the way down. Tremendous run though. And there's the VWAP, 88. All right, guys, so look what happened with ADTX. So it doesn't look good now. I mean, that it can take that out. I mean, you never know later on. But, it got all the way back down to 322. So this doesn't look that good anymore. And we have a halt. ASND just got halted because of news. ASND just got halted because of news. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room, and I'll be taking a break. Oops. And I will pop the YouTube link in just before I go, so you guys can head over there if you want. He'll be there between 12 and 1. Well, LX is starting to move here, guys. 719 is now below 7, so there was the alert to short, potential short. But I mean, listen, if it gets below here, I mean, we're almost at an all-time low. The all-time low is way down here around well, not way down here, but it's down at around $6 for LX. So after, had a decent reaction to earnings in the pre-market, but once the market opened, look out. Now, I don't know if all the China stocks are down today. I mean, this is an earnings play, so in theory, it could have kind of traded on its own. But I don't know if all the China stocks are down today after being up most of the day yesterday. Boy, SCSC just continues here. So as Real was pointing out, I mean, this is the area right up here. I mean, 30, the next high looking left is what, 39? Right around 39. That's the next high looking left. Lots and lots of resistance. You would think it's going to start stalling pretty soon. I mean, what a run. And it's an earnings play. This is an earnings play. Okay, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. I think he's going to show up. I think he's there now. Okay, guys, so again, keep an eye on that SCSC just in case it really starts to stall here, running into that big resistance area. Okay, Steve, I think you have started. All right, I'll stop streaming right now.
Hey everybody, looks like I can see my screen, and I'll make sure I'm off mute. Alright, I'll put myself on the streaming mute there. Glad to know you can hear me. Hello everybody, I'm back after a few weeks break, ready to go and take over the Wednesday support session for Barry. Hope you're all doing well in this tricky market. It's a stock picker's market. I heard Barry say right before I signed in that yes, the China stocks were up yesterday, but they're down today. That's just kind of par for the course. Yeah, here we go. My sector, KWEB and FXI are the two China ETFs I follow, and they're both down today after being the strong ones yesterday. It looks like we've got banks and regional banks and financials leading the way today. For whatever reason, they're seeing something they like over there in the finance world. But enough of that. We'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. I certainly have a few things I will plan on mentioning here. But yeah, the chat window's open. If anybody needs any help, let me know. I see some more people coming into the room. That's good. I mentioned yesterday in my afternoon webinar the significance of the Doji Day. Let's bring up my Illustrator because we got to have that. All right. Yesterday in our SPY S&P, let me get rid of that. There we go. Get rid of that cursor. Gosh darn it, it keeps popping in there. Well, I'm going to highlight this day right there. And let's see if I can grab the pen. Okay, so this is what we call a doji. Okay, yesterday's candle in the S&P was a doji. It's a stalemate between the buyers and the sellers. And oftentimes after you've had a nice bounce, which I fully expected that bounce, by the way, to test the 50-day moving average as it has been, 3 days of big movement upwards, this can either be a day of rest or a day of pause. Now, a day of pause would mean that the following day, which is today, if we took out that high, it's a day of pause. If we took out that low from yesterday today, which we did not do, then that was actually a day of rest, and we were probably going to be looking for some consolidation. Now, I do know we've got the Jackson Hole Fed microphones. They're going to be all over the microphones, I think, towards the end of this week. I'm not sure exactly when that starts, but you know, this is a don't fight the Fed market. There's really absolutely no reason when we look at our economic data points that we should be at all-time highs, but we are. And we can't argue with price action. Price action is the only thing that pays us, to quote my good friend Brian Shannon at Alpha Trend. So it appears that today has shown that yesterday's doji was a day of pause. Go, pause, go. A lot of times that happens. So just grinding higher until otherwise noticed. Another thing I like to do, and it looks like we have good timing here, I'm going to look at these AI trades today. And as a lot of you guys know, I use a 15-minute chart, and this is my signal line here, the 10 simple moving average, averaging 10 candles, not weighted, not EMA, SMA, because I like to keep it simple. And I say all the time when I'm managing trades, when I want to get out of a good trade or even a bad trade, but primarily a good trade for profit, and that's what we're focused on here. This was a short sell. There's our entry, that the blue line. Forget the AI suggested stop, because as we get more data, we start to use this as our signal line. And as you can see, it appears, at least if this current candle closes above, if it doesn't reverse itself and drop down, the momentum has likely stalled to the downside on this particular trade. Moving on to the next one, which is a long GDEN, we see that we are now in test mode right here. Okay, there's our entry, 53.03, nice movement, pullback, sideways action, and it looks as if we've got some support. And this is exactly what we want to see. So the hardest thing in trading is staying in a good trade. I think you can all relate to that. There's a couple things you can do. You can sell half if you're not sure, and you still have the other half if the trade goes back to highs. But if this candle in, what do we got, 10 minutes decides to close and bleed and leak below that moving average, well, you know, we're in the middle part of the day, and really the first half of the day before lunchtime is where the momentum is. The second half of the day is typically where momentum stalls. And we want to try and be the first person to recognize that the momentum is stalling and quietly get up and move to the exit door before the rest of the movie theater realizes it's on fire. And so many times, we'll find some examples here, I'm sure, if you just wait for that closing candle to break, hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, that's your signal to get out and take what you have in the trade, because the momentum is likely gone. Additionally, if we look left here at the daily chart, this has been a pretty good run, and it looks like it came up here and tested that prior high. There's every reason in the world, honestly, and there it turns red, for this trade to start to break its momentum when I look at the bigger picture. All right, let's look at the next symbol here in the AI, another short. Excuse me. So there's our entry. Forget this. Just forget it. Keep it tight. Use the momentum line, and as you can see, we are still in play. And that last couple of ticks there slammed back down below the momentum line. Many times you'll see a stock make a move in the morning, up or down, and then chop sideways, only to be forced, only to have the issue forced by the price action touching that momentum line. All right, let's look at a couple more here. Oh, beauty. So again, on this one, AI, disregard this. And by the way, you know, conservative mode, the AI is going to get you out. or if you follow conservative mode, if you're auto trading conservative mode, you will be taken out of the trade automatically. The value of our AI is in the entry. What we see empirically in our data is the traders that manage their own trades, i.e. moderate mode, taking the trade all the way to the end of the day or deciding yourself when you want to exit, those people are having much more success. And that's the human and machine symbiotic relationship that we have these days. Doesn't matter what industry you're in. There's AI, there's machine learning, there's something helping to curate all the data and help the human be left to make the best decision as more nuance comes in, as more data comes in. And there we go. We're just a couple ticks off highs there. And the most important thing to note is that momentum line held. All right. We'll do one more, then I'll share that chart with anybody who's finding value in this. Okay, so this one's a bit wishy-washy, and daily chart shows that we already had two good days coming into today. A big spike on the open and then a reversal, and I'll just tell you, we'll just identify it. There it is right there. There's the candle or candles that closed below the moving average. Notice how the price has been engulfed and entrapped. It's like a net. It can't get back above that line. The momentum is likely done. Does it work every time? No. But this is just the majority of time. When the price action breaks our momentum line, it's probably done. All right. Any question? Oh, I see Saif. You want to look at, is that LWAC? I don't know. I can take a look. Is that a chart? That is a chart, and that is a wonderful example, Saif, of showing how the moving average caught the price right there on that previous candle. Currently, a little bit of sloppiness here for sure. A lot of space there in that giant gap. What is it up? 160%. So for all the people that play these kinds of things, and you're just wondering, gosh, why am I not getting out sooner when these things, don't work? This is a perfect example of how to use that trade management method to try and minimize losses, but hopefully maximize gains. So we'll keep an eye on that candle. This thing could pop right back up to the 2360 level or whatever that is up there, probably more. And as long as the candle closes in 5 minutes above that line, then that trade would still be in play. I mean, I wouldn't get out of this one yet. It's just kind of making some moves here, but you can see great evidence of that momentum line having its effect on the price there. I feel like the Qs are just a little bit tired up here. I mean, I just feel like there's probably a certainty of some sort of pullback at some point, maybe to the prior highs in the NASDAQ. This is the leadership right now, the Qs for the most part. That seems to be where the money wants to go, as opposed to, hey, look at that, the IWM, the small caps are actually making a run today. And this is the other significant moving average I will use, the 10, the 20 in red, and the blue in 50. We can see that the blue 50 has kind of had its way with acting as a lid on the small cap sector. The day's half over. This thing could easily reverse and pull back down and create a nice wick above that 50, but we will reserve judgment until the end of the day and see how this thing closes. But this is, this could be a sign that maybe the over-the-counter, the smaller stocks, the under $5 stocks, want to come back to life, as opposed to just the money chasing the Amazons, Googles, Apples, Netflix, Teslas, etc. The heavily weighted stuff. And there's a new high in the SPY. So that makes sense, because the tech is off today, but the financials are pretty well weighted in the SPY. S&P 500 has a pretty good contingency of financials, so they're probably pushing that higher. Okay, so you gave me your entry price. Let's take a look. LWAC. So you're a little bit underwater, but again, this is what you want to use to try and really gauge what's going on. Since this thing is up so much, there's probably a lot of slop and a little slippage in this. You could probably give it, a buck or let's see. Yeah, you could probably give it 50 cents or so and try and hang in there. I would say as long as you keep printing higher lows on your 15-minute candles there, So far, we still have a higher low on this range at the 15-minute. You're still in play. You want to see that green come back in there and ideally get this candle to close above that moving average, and then you can sit on your hands and say, all right, let's see if we can get this thing back to my entry point. But if it were me and this thing closed down here at 22.81 and had some red in there, I'd probably just rip the Band-Aid off and get out. It's very hard to trust things that are up 160% for the day. Oops, you're going to have some profit-taking itchy fingers in there for sure. All right, I was watching the dollar when you guys came in. I just feel like the dollar could become the real story. The UUP is a good tracking ETF of a basket of currencies against the dollar. And, you know, just a couple days ago, hey, that looked like a breakout in the dollar. But I'm not trusting it. And now I'm starting to get maybe a little bit more confirmation if this price bleeds back down and gets intertangled into these moving averages. It could become more neutral. But I don't know. Big picture, I try to focus on technicals, but big picture, in the back of my mind, I feel like the dollar is in jeopardy with the insane inflation that the Fed refuses to admit. And they'll refuse again this week at Jackson Hole. All right, another little tidbit I thought I would touch on is price alerts. If anybody was in my webinar yesterday, I went through the new A-table scan and I found some things that looked interesting, and we marked them up with price action. And just want to quickly go through them and let's apply the same set of eyes that we've been doing. So far, LAC has worked the best from the green line trigger. Hopefully some of you maybe got these last night and are keeping them on your radar, but looky what we have. We have our first real test of the day. It's the first candle that's actually touched our momentum line in LAC. So very simple, it's binary. Coming up in 1 minute here. If this candle closes above, stay in. If it closes below, you might want to think about ripping the Band-Aid off. Go-Go, my nickname in high school and college. Okay, so this one was kind of a bit uncertain in the previous candle, and we're now trading for the last 15 minutes under the momentum line. The momentum may have stalled in this one. That might be the most that we could hope to get out of that one. Hi, KR. Yeah, I see your question. I'll go ahead and Saif, I don't make predictions. It's very hard. We just got to wait and see what we got. Can reach 80, 2480. Is that what you're thinking? Very well could. Hey, look at this. You know, I'd give that last candle that closed, I'd give it a chance. There's some green color in there, and as I said, it's a higher low. Let's see what this next one brings. But if this next one definitively closes below, then I don't know if it can reach that. Back to Go-Go. Yeah, it's bleeding below. It's probably all it's got there. Vax Art. Hey, look at this. A wonderful example of a beautiful test of the moving average. If you panicked and got out here, you're probably asking yourself now, why didn't I just listen to the rules and stay in? But everything is continuing to develop. All right, lithium. It's a good sign when they never even touch the moving average. That lithium there was repelled. It didn't even want to pull back and touch that moving average. So that's a nice bounce higher, and we're clearly above. If you're a day trader and this thing shoots to a brand new high, maybe it's time to start taking 1/3 off the table. Who knows? I like to exit in pieces sometimes, and that way you can let that last piece just kind of sit and work for you for a few days if it wants to. A classic example of that was the trade of the week a few weeks ago in Kroger. The Kroger trade of the week was called right here, right on that pullback on the moving average, and maybe you were wise to sell half right there, or 2/3, and then you keep that last chunk and you use that same rule applied to the daily 10 SMA. That's a beautiful chart. You're still in this trade at least 1/3 or 1/2. I know it's hard, but in hindsight, it becomes pretty clear. All right, let's move on here and see what else we can see. All right, OCGN from the alerts I gave out last night. Nice pop on the open, gave some of it back. That's acceptable. And it still hasn't even officially touched our 15 moving average. No reason to get out of that one. Looks like we got two more here. Oh, this thing's making a nice power move, not even close to touching its moving average. You want to sit on your hands with something like that and let the trade work for you. And lastly, let's see if this one's working. Nope, this one's not working. Okay, and where do we get out? See how using that signal candle right there, that's a definitive close below my moving average. Look at how much angst this has saved you. Just by using that, like I said, be the first person to get out and quietly move to the door and move on. Find the next trade. All right, KR, let's take a look at what you're talking about here. ADX 15-minute candle was 377, a good short to break the range, but it reversed right away. Let's see what the chart looks like. ADTX. This is why I say wait for the candle to close. It's very hard sometimes. I fully get that, and I've been guilty of just saying screw it, this candle's too ugly, I'm getting out, only to see it bounce back up. Well, I guess what I'm saying here is when you see a nice tail, a nice bottoming tail on a 15-minute chart, and it pretty much closed right at that moving average. Yes, it's a red candle, but was it a good short to break? I see your question, and I'm going to address that. I'm not interested in trying to short things that look like this on the daily. This thing as a powerful, it broke the downtrend with a gap up, and that's called a pro gap. You don't want to fade. You don't want to go against something that broke a downtrend with a gap up on the open and has a nice green candle like that. You either want to play it to the long side or let it sit. That's just my experience. The following candle held, went to highs, pulled back quickly, and now we're working on that moving average again. Let's see how it resolves itself. But I think the key to your question is, should I have shorted it since it broke that moving average? No, I would prefer to find things that gapped down and then traded back up into that moving average, or that moving average be coming down in a case example chart. I'd rather be the guy who's shorting something that's already red on the day, but popped up and hit that moving average. Kind of like I was saying is possible for the IWM if it doesn't hold all day long. If this thing at the end of the day, as a swing trader, I would say, hey, that might be an interesting swing trade, but this thing would have to really sell off back to where it opened and have a nice wick on the daily. But the point is, things that bounce up that are weak and get trapped underneath a key moving average, that's the area you want to short. You don't want to try and mess around with something like that ADTX that's just having a strong day. That thing's probably going to build on itself all day. Well, how do you know your entries and exits? That's a loaded question. I think I've gone over my exits pretty clearly. I'm going to use my 15-minute chart, and when that candle breaks, that's my exit. Entries are a whole different story. All the ones that if you're referring to the price alerts, okay, look where the green line is. The green line was above yesterday's high in this one for continued momentum. In GoGo, it was above yesterday's high. So I was basically putting it at the high of the day that I liked. And those were the trigger areas. This one, I went back 2 days and said there's some consolidation there. And if it takes out that second day high, let's get in it. So there's a real art to where your entries are. I will also tell you, I'm not a day trader, I'm a swing trader, and I like to make a lot of my decisions, whether it's entries or exits, I prefer to kind of make them at the end of the day so I can see with a half an hour, 15 minutes, 10 minutes to go on the stuff I've been watching, whether I'm in it or whether I'm stalking it to take an entry. I want to see what the likely daily candle is going to look like at the close, because, people that chase stuff around in the morning sometimes, as you can all probably experience, by the end of the day could be completely different. So I like to base my critical decision making processes at the end of the day. So that's really the best answer I can give you. As far as exits, again, we've been going over those extensively. Just, oh, by the way, as I said I would do, I will share my chart settings with you all so you can get a simple configuration all ready to go out of the box. So I can save my chart. What will come through is my chart colors and that 10-period simple moving average, and you're all welcome to use it. All right, David. Hello, David. So if it's riding up on the momentum line as CLF is doing now, if it's riding right on, well, let's see. It's a judgment call. Okay, so ideally, Cliff, and I think you're talking about the 15-minute, David, because that makes the most sense here. That was a positive candle. It tested and popped back up, gave us a little green, closed above. But right now, it's working on it. If this candle were to probably close at lows or at or near lows, that might be our signal to get out, that momentum might be done for the day. Remember, we want to look at the daily and see how far has it come. Is this day 1 or is this day 5 in the move? Well, this looks like day 3 of the move. It's very hard for me to trust things longer than 3 days in this market. So knowing that, if this candle closes definitively right here in the next 7 minutes below, I would probably deem the momentum is done for the day. One more thing you could do is look at the parent ETF, which would be Steel SLX. That's still above its moving average. What about the granddaddy of them all, US Steel X? What's that look? Yeah, X is just kind of slopping sideways today. It's getting caught up in its daily too. So, steel might not be the #1 favorite today, but we'll see. All right, good, KR. I'm glad that resonated with you. Try to go with the river, like in ADTX. What you're doing is you're throwing your canoe in the river, and then you're paddling upstream trying to short. Just focus on the daily charts and the current of the river, where your canoe points downstream, and let the current take you. Kind of like I was saying in these shorts, okay? Like if you were stalking this INVA as a short sell, that would have been your signal candle to take the trade. You didn't chase it on the open, but you're bearish on this thing now. You're not shorting it at lows. That's a very difficult game, because the minute you short the new low, it seems like the algorithms just bounce it right back up. So you give yourself a better position. Now, if you had taken this short, you were feeling good, but the very next candle says, nope, that's it. The momentum to the downside broke. Get out. Let's see what the other short there looks like. Well, it's playing ball. The sideways action, and then a continuation of the initial move down on the open, as predicted by the moving average. That's good. That's still in play there, I will say. How can I change from the SPY in the chart? Okay, anytime you want to change a chart, I'm clicking into the chart now. Now that's my active window. All you have to do is to start typing. It's as simple as that. Just click. And once the window is active, you can just type in anything you want. All right, I think I cleared through your initial wave of questions there. Brought up another interesting point. Somebody asked me in the webinar last night about Pfizer. And this is a wonderful example of the Trader's Almanac, the page that says buy the rumor and sell the news. There's a lot going on here we can talk about. All right, so we all know Pfizer. Everybody knows what Pfizer is now. If you didn't before, you certainly do now. But here is the rumor, as people are saying, wow, these guys are selling a lot of vials. And then for any retail trader who is saying, wow, when they approved, the FDA approved it, that's the day I want to come in and buy it. Well, that's chasing the herd, and that's being behind the 8 ball. Just because a headline hits doesn't necessarily mean that the stock chart is going to move in the direction you think it is. If anything, the people who were anticipating all that move and positioning themselves down here, I'm talking about the big money now, they need buyers that they can offload and have an exit strategy to book the profits of their billion-dollar funds. So oftentimes what we'll see is the retailers read a headline and they jump in and they say, I want to buy it because FDA approval. But that is the perfect opportunity for the volume here, the big guys, to sell to the buyers that are coming in retail and book a pretty nice profit. So beware of not chasing headlines in the market, and be aware of the buy the rumor, sell the news phenomena in price action. This is just another example, and it hasn't changed in 100 years. The other thing I note that I discussed yesterday is, well, what happens when a stock breaks the 10 SMA? Okay, so the momentum has subsided, but I refer to the 20 SMA as the backstop. And in this case, it looks like this morning, right on cue, the low of the day was right at the 20-day simple moving average. So the backstop has kind of worked. And then there was the bounce, and then a repeat of attempted new lows. And if you're short this thing, well, guess what? You might want to get out because the momentum to the downside is broken. Okay, conversely, on the flip side, you could say, well, I really do want to get long Pfizer, and I was patient. I didn't chase up here at 51, but down here on this morning drive down, and this is what the algorithms like to do. It's why you don't pay commissions anymore. If it's free, you are the product. And in this case, E-Trade, Ameritrade, broker, Schwab, whoever you're trading through, they sell your good till cancel stop orders. So all these people got stopped out this morning. And so you see these stop hunts usually in the morning of a strong stock. You'll see a big red candle down and then try to find support. And then that's kind of it for the day. So, if you're somebody who's been stalking Pfizer and was looking for an entry, maybe this could be one. But again, I would say wait. I would probably wait until the day closes and see how it looks by the end of the day. Because you could buy it here just because it broke momentum intraday. That doesn't mean that it can't really go back to lows. Because that can happen. S&Ps and the financials keep pushing. And the NASDAQ is probably still... Oh, and NASDAQ's starting to play ball again. So Saif, there's no one right answer really to trading. You just got to kind of figure out what works, try to keep it simple, and try to develop a simple method from your observations. Yeah, I'll enter above the momentum line, but it really kind of depends on what the daily chart looks like. Ideally, if I was trying to enter a trade that I didn't chase on the open, something that popped up and then went sideways, ideally I like to make the entries right there when it touches that moving average, and that's my entry point. And then if it breaks that moving average, well, we're not talking about much of a giant chasm between your entry and your exit. It's probably going to be pretty tight. The trouble that people get in is they see that green bar on the first 50. I don't trade the first 15 minutes. I'm just an observer. But the people that get into trouble, they feel the FOMO, they're missing out, fear of missing out, and they buy a big green candle on the opening only to just suffer being underwater for the rest of the day. So I can't necessarily tell you what to do, but I can tell you a few things that I don't like to do, and you can take that to heart. Let's take a look at CLF, David. So we closed below, huh? Yeah. So that last candle right there, it's not wasting any time and just starting to give it back. I would not want to be in this one, especially after 3 days of bounce right off the 50. Chances are this thing is just going to make it frustrating for the next couple days. I could be wrong, but that's really the odds that I play. Go through a few messages I've got here. Bear with me. Okay, let's see how bad LWAC closed. LWAC. Yeah, it's getting that rounded formation, and it's even kind of giving us the middle finger here. I would call that a rejection wick 2 candles ago. Tried to get through and was rejected. Think of all the people that are itching to just take that profit, and the profit they saw up here is now dwindling down here. And that's a big fear motivator when you start, no, the profit I had is now down ticking. I've got to get out. So everybody starts running for the door. That's why I like to use the analogy of a fire in a crowded movie theater, you really don't want to get caught up at the door. You just want to kind of use that first signal and make that definitively, decisively, you're out, rip the Band-Aid off, and check back an hour later. More often than not, you're going to be glad you did, using that first signal candle that it broke to get out. Especially, I'm going to add on top, as I said, that little rejection wick right there, that little middle finger. And then you bring in the psychology, as I said, of all the people who actually have been in this thing, and they're like, man, I want to get 160, 156% now. I better take my profits before this thing gets down to only up 100% on the day. I mean, you're really, really in thin air up here. All right, hello, Dev G. Thoughts on mRNA? Yeah, let's talk about more of the vaccines. Moderna. Okay. Another example of if you were the person who felt like you were missing out and you started chasing green candles on the open, it's very hard to recover. Let's say you did. Okay, let's say you bought up here at 412. Let's use the time machine tool here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go. Okay, we bought the highs. Okay, well, we may have chased it, but Steve said as long as it stays above our momentum line. All right, look at that. That was a nice bounce. Okay, let's go. Let's go back to highs. Yes, that's looking good. I'm feeling better. Uh-oh. This thing technically just closed below. I better watch it. Yeah, a second candle below. Get out. And look at how much that saved you. Look at how much that saved you by recognizing right there that this trade has broken its momentum. Doesn't matter what you think about Moderna. Doesn't matter what the story is. The price action has given us a little middle finger here again on the daily chart. That's all I can say about that one. Now, I will also say the blue line that you see there is another indicator that I was included in the cloud link. This is kind of my backstop for the 15-minute. If I didn't heed my own advice and I'm staying in, well, then this is my backstop. What is it? It's 130 candles, and if you divide that by 5 trading days, you get a perfect 5-day moving average. 130 is the magic number, and I'll show you in the indicators. If we edit, SMA 130 is my blue line. So that tells me that's my real last line of defense. And you can kind of see, coincidentally enough, this morning, that's where the stock kind of opened and has held. So if this thing doesn't stop bleeding, chances are you might hit that blue line and you could get a bounce off that, and you could use that bounce to get out for less pain. Oh. Now LWC is popping. Well, it's still under. I suspect you might be using a 1-minute chart or a 5-minute chart, and that's okay. That goes back to what I was saying earlier. You have to find your own playground, your own sandbox that you want to play in. I really refuse to look at anything shorter than a 15-minute chart because I'm a swing trader. So if you're a day trader, there's nothing wrong with looking at a 5-minute chart, but I just find that my best correlations show up on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, it's got a little green, but it's still technically knocking on the underside of it. We'll come back to that and see what happens. All right, we'll look at TCAT for Joe. TCAT for Joe. Pretty good day coming off of yesterday being rejected. Let's take a look at yesterday, shall we? Okay. Close one there, popped back in play, held it, and that signal candle right there broke below it. Now let's move forward in the time machine and see how the price action behaved since it broke that moving average. Gave some of it back. Okay, here's today starting to challenge it. Look at that. The sellers were still pretty convinced. A lot of conviction still there on the seller side. Another candle, the sellers are in control, and then boom. If you're stalking something like this and you've been watching it and you see a big candle like that and a nice breakout candle like that, hey, maybe that's something that you want to decide to jump in on and go long, because as we can see, it looks like that was a pretty good indicator. So again, another example in real time how you can use this just one simple moving average to help dictate what you're doing. Either you were long and you got out on this candle and said, I'll wait till it shows me something, and move forward, and then here it showed you something, and you could jump back in. There's no law that says you can't jump back in. FLGC. Why am I not getting a... You might want to retype that symbol, Joe. I'm not getting anything with FLGC. Oh, and now I am. My bad. All right, sometimes you just need to come to account, reset your connection. It's like jiggling the cable in our server farm in our data center. All right, very similar action. It's almost a repeat. Okay, there's a signal candle yesterday. Let's use the time machine. All right. Boom. You bought this thing. Regardless of where it is, you're long. You're waiting for this candle. Okay, it touched the momentum line. It better hold. Okay, it's still trying to hold. Good, it looks like it's holding. I'm going to stay in this trade. I'm going to stay in this trade. Uh-oh, the momentum may have died. And again, we're on yesterday. So let's just move forward. And how many rejection candles? Look at, I mean, this is just example after example here, guys, of price action and how we can try and corral it and try and make sense of it. Another rejection. Okay, I better just keep an eye on this thing and wait for it to do something. Oh, look where it found some support down here at that blue line. How interesting. Very interesting. Never closed below the 130, the 5-day moving average. Now it's coming to test the momentum line. Maybe I want to play this thing again if it gets back in above. And a hint of it there. And then now we're starting to maybe do it. Now, you got to also remember, you got to look at the daily. There's no clean air here. You're basically kind of trapped between those two moving averages. So it's the best indicator we can really get in the current moment. Let's double check on the LWAC again and see if it's, bullish, getting bullish again. Where are we? We're 6 minutes away from a closing candle. Let's come back to this in 6 minutes and see how the closing candle looks. All right. Joe's got some more for me. Wakey, eggs and bakey. Big rejection yesterday, but all we can see today is a pretty good test of our momentum, and we're still in play. So if you're long this one, just pay attention to the rising momentum line in that one. We'll see what we get. And then Kara. Ooh, horrible day yesterday. I mean, looking at that daily, I kind of feel like it's going to maybe take a day or two to figure that out. But, it's back on the right side. If you're bullish, using the 15-minute candles here, if you're in it, maybe this thing can have a better recovery than it did yesterday. Like I said, if you're long, there's no reason to get out. Just keep an eye on that moving average there. All right, David. I don't know if you answered this already, but the trade of the week webinar, is it back on Wednesday? Oh, the trade of the week webinars. Okay, let me make a little announcement here for some of the regulars. We are going to be changing the schedule. Let me just bring up, I think I've got it. No, let me bring it up real quick and I'll show you the slide. All right. This has been the way it's been for quite some time. Monday through Friday, Monday through Thursday. Okay, Mondays. Tuesday is mine. This is the slide from the trade of the week, so we would have one on Tuesday. Then we have Dan and Brad on Wednesday, and then Andy and Jamie on Thursday. What we're going to do going forward is we're going to split them up. We're going to just do Mondays and Wednesdays 1 week. And then the following week, we will do Tuesdays and Thursday. So we're kind of doing less is more in the afternoon webinars. There'll be more to talk about, more things have developed. So there'll be some announcements, but you'll always get an email for the afternoon webinars. And again, they're going to be kind of rescheduled. we're going to go alternating weeks, every other week. Monday, Tuesday one week, Tuesday, Thursday next week. I believe we're going to start the upcoming next week. We will go Monday, Wednesday. And the reason for that is the following week is Labor Day, the Monday. So the following week, Labor Day week, the short week, we will go Tuesday, Wednesday, and then back to Tuesday, Thursday, excuse me, and then back to Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday the following week, alternating back and forth. So instead of 4 afternoon webinars a week, we did that prior to what I'm doing right now. What I'm doing right now is 5 days a week. Every day at noon, you can come in here and you can tune in and you can get the information you want. The afternoon webinars are a bit more contrived in their content, and so sometimes we're scrambling, to kind of fill the hour a little bit. Maybe some of you don't feel that way, but I feel that way, and so do the other guys. So we're going to try and do less is more in the afternoon webinars. So hopefully that makes sense, David, and hopefully that answers your question. It's always going to be the same. The trade of the week is always going to be Tuesday. Jamie and I are always going to be on Monday. Dan and Brad are still going to give you updates on the software every other Wednesday. And Jamie and Andy will also do every other Thursday. So same crew, same days. We're just kind of cutting them down a little bit. All right, Joe, you want to look at the pot stock, TLRY. Do I always type this one wrong? Tilroy. Yep, that's the one, Tilray. Okay, daily chart, we got to start with that. Where does this thing come from? It's come from a lot of distress. It can't get above. It's a bit of a downtrend. However, that's not the end all. We might have a nice little base building there. Double bottom possibly. This thing really, it fought through the 10 period yesterday. It's kind of fighting the 20 today. If this thing wants to get going, it's going to have to battle the boss. I'm not a gamer, but I know enough that the boss level, in my opinion, is probably going to be the 50-day moving average. So it's got a little work to do. It's trying. I think in stocks like this and meme stocks, and you just got to kind of play the sector. You have a day when the electric vehicle stocks are all kind of moving in unison. We had yesterday when the China stocks were all moving in unison. If we can find a day where the pot stocks are all moving in unison, well, then you might be able to trust this, but it is in a downtrend and it is getting tangled up there in that web. Oh, thank you for the feedback, David. Good to know. Hi, I'm a new customer. Trade ideas. How can I move time in chart? Yes, great question. Okay, I'm doing a couple things here. I'm zooming in and I'm zooming out. I'm using the mouse wheel, but I'm holding down the control key. And that is a very useful tip. If I let go of the control key, that's what I've been saying. Let's play the time machine. So I let go of the control key and you'll see that now it's just sliding backwards in time. So we can kind of look back and see without changing our perspective. All right. So the control key and the mouse wheel, they're your friends for zooming in and out. If you just don't want to look, if you want to play the time machine game, as I say, take your hand off the control key. Yes, there will be, or there should be. Let me just confirm. I'll confirm with Dan here. That they're doing today. Let's check in on our LWAC as I said we should. Yeah, it's getting pinned. It's just being pinned under a lid there, and it's not showing any signs. I'm not saying that it can't. It very well could. If it's close enough and you're not in a lot of pain, stay in the trade. Okay, Dan is confirming that canceled for new schedule. Let me just... Okay. Yeah, thank you, David. You must have got, or whoever answered that. Yeah, you didn't get the email of invite. So it looks like Dan really jumped the gun on that one and said we'll start next week. You will have Andy and Jamie on Thursday this week. Then we'll go to the Monday, Wednesday format next week. So trying to keep it simple. We're going to formalize it later today internally, but yeah, that looks to be the case. Thank you, David. Yeah, Saif, I talked about LWAC. We still have it on the screen here. It's a fighter. So if you're not in a lot of pain, see if you can work it out. I'm just giving you the scenarios of the people who are itching to take a profit here and keep something that's up 163% up on the day. Thank you, Sean, for whoever typed that in. All right, back to charts. Skills for Joe. Horrible daily chart. Look at how the 10-day moving average just having its way with this thing. And it still is as far as I'm concerned. Let's zoom in and take a look. Close call yesterday. Hanging out here today. The very first thing that a stock can do that's in a horrible downtrend is to get this 10-period moving average to flatten out and start trading above it sideways. That's the first step. The first step is the hardest. So keep an eye on that. Maybe you get a good price. I mean, this thing has really fallen from grace from 25 to 10. Might be some bargain deals down here. Intraday, it broke the downside, so if the short sellers wanted to take advantage of it, they would have done it right here at 1093, but they didn't get a hold of it. And the price action now on the intraday is looking a lot better. So maybe you have a good price. I mean, ideally, we'll have a couple nice days of sideways action. You probably maybe have a moment where it pops up to that moving average, the 20. Probably going to find sellers again. Just be aware that that's probably going to happen. And then, but it's all a digestion process. It's all a process of digestion. Hello, Jan, or Jan, if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, A-T-E-R. Hey, looking pretty good there. My eyeball always goes to the left first to see what's happening on the daily. All right, we had a lot of sideways action, but look at where my backstop, the 20-day, picked up the buyers. The backstop is held. Today's the third day above all moving averages, so this is in clean air. There's no tanglement up here. There's our morning spike. Those people had to suffer that bought the highs, had to suffer a bit of a pullback, but for the most part, our signal line, momentum line held. The buyers stepped back in where we would have expected them to at 1350-ish. And now we're still doing okay. No reason to get out of that one. And if the daily chart stays the same, there could be some more meat on that bone. Back on skills and all the charts I've been looking at, the left is the daily, as indicated by the D. That's why we use the watermark, so we can see daily. And on my right, I'm using the 15. And that's it. That's what I use. That's my time frame. That's my wheelhouse. Now, people who are like Barry has every single time frame on there. 1, 5, 15. I think he's got a 60, a daily, a weekly, and a monthly. Nothing wrong with that. I just choose to not take in so much information. My time frame is ideally anticipate a move. I might have to sit a day or two, and then I get my move. I'm participating in the move. And after about a day and a half, I'm starting to take profits usually. I mean, very rarely will I let a whole entire position move beyond a day and a half without at least taking some of it off for profit and trying to keep a trailing amount of shares to try and work for me, as I mentioned earlier in Kroger. No reason to get out of that. And even today, it's not even being threatened. True, Barry day trades. He is not a swing trader, but for some reason he still wants to see every single perspective, and that's his method. Yeah. He gets real nervous if he does take something overnight. Actually, he said he took a short home overnight the other day, and he couldn't sleep. What's TCAT? Is it starting to do something? Hanging in there. It gets ahead. See how it gets ahead of itself and then pulls back, gets ahead of itself, pulls back. But as long as it doesn't test this moving average, let's look left a little bit. It looks like it ran right through the 50, which is good sign. but it ran right into the last moving average we haven't talked about yet, which is the 200-day. And that, I guess you could say, is the boss level. This thing has had a really nice day and a half, as I said. Yesterday would be day one. We're approaching the second half of day two. If it were me and I had been participating in yesterday and today, and I probably would have been selling at the 50-day moving average, and I would have kept some, and then see how it goes. Maybe even sold some at the 200-day. But when you're in the money and you're coming up underneath a critical moving average, like in this case, you really would be wise to take a little bit off. A third, a quarter, a half, whatever, because you have to anticipate that the sellers are going to jump back in. In this case, they blew through the 50, but they're jumping back in there at the 200, the sellers, that is. So what will happen over here in the next hour is we'll see what happens on the intraday, and maybe it'll start to just go sideways, and then if it does bleed through and close lower, you might want to either get out or take some off. Yeah, some of the guys here this morning were trading in Sava. I believe that was a gap down, wasn't it? Yep, so gap down in Sava. Oh, what a beautiful example. So if you wanted to look at the gap down this morning, the guys that we were, the guys here, they actually bought it. They looked at that gap down and said, I think that there might be a day trade in there. And they did. But looky what happened. Once that declining moving average came in, it got a hold of the price, just broke it. That essentially is the signal candle for if you're long. Let me just rephrase that. So if you were short, that's the signal candle you want. If you chased the open and went short on the open, you suffered some pain on that bounce. That's why I said when I enter a short position, I like to be the one who waits for the bounce on a weak daily chart, but uses this timing mechanism right here in the 15-minute, and that becomes my entry. Now all of a sudden you've got a much better entry. You got some room to play here. The last few candles have remained under, convincingly. So I kind of just feel like it might just keep a lid on that for the rest of the day. Possible reversal at 89. Well, if you mean reversal to the downside, possibly, yes. I don't see a reversal to the upside until, again, we clear out of that 15-minute momentum line. All right, guys, you got me for a few more minutes before we bring Barry back in. Speak now or wait till tomorrow at noon Eastern or ask Barry. But just so you know, there will be no changes to the intraday noon Eastern support sessions. Monday through Friday. Monday is Sean. I'll just tell you, Sean's an expert in options and that crazy game over there. He knows all the delta spreads and the omegas and gammas and squeezes. I don't know any of that stuff. I don't really play options. I just play the true price action. But if you have questions about option trading, mark your calendar for Mondays. Tuesday is Michael. Michael is a backtesting, auto trading nerd, self-admitted nerd, math whiz. He's also a CMT, chartered market technician, so he's a bit more knowledgeable in all the technical terms than I am. He is the Tuesday guy. And then you get me on Wednesday. I specialize in just simple momentum swing trading. Day and a half, 2 days. Let me take my profit and trail the rest and see if it can work for me. Tomorrow you get Jamie. Jamie's another longtime user of Trade Ideas and has a wealth of knowledge across the board. And then Friday you get my longtime friend and partner, trading partner, business partner back in the day is Andy. And he trades a lot similarly to I. We're very similar in our approaches to the market. So that's your Monday through Friday lineup. S&P 500 spiders are showing no sign of really pulling back. Thank you, Mike. There's no one right way to do it. Barry does it completely different than the way I do it, and he does it very well. So you just got to find your niche, find your comfort zone, your method, your time frame, figure out what sandbox you want to play in, and then by all means, do not complicate it. I'm trying to just make example after example this morning of how to keep it simple and just have a binary kind of an execution process. All right, one more for Shamil. The 15-minute chart, where are you mentioning the momentum? Okay, so I shared the chart earlier, and I'll share my chart again if you came late. Here's all the settings, and what that is it's simply just a 10-period simple moving average. And I can't even count the thousands of hours, the tens or hundreds of thousands of hours that I've stared at charts and price action since 1998, pretty much full time. And the conclusion that I've come to is that the 15-minute time frame marries up extremely well with the 10-period simple moving average. Not an 8 EMA or not a 13 EMA, but a 10 EMA. I'm not by any means, diminishing those other ones because people might use those. I will also say that I find that the 10-period simple moving average just doesn't translate on a 5-minute chart like it does with a 15-minute chart. And this is just the time frame that I prefer to have. Maybe look at two days there intraday, kind of see where it's coming, and then my daily. And a couple of simple moving averages on the daily, and then just kind of using my eyes for support and resistance levels that you can draw yourself. And that's it. I don't use Bollinger Bands and RSI and Ichimoku clouds and all the other things that some people like. And again, I'm not dismissing them. I'm just saying what works for me. And this is my time frame. All right, guys, I'm going to let Barry know I'm all talked out. And yeah, I'll see you next week. Thanks for the feedback. And good luck out there. Just don't complicate it. Keep it simple. As simple as you possibly can. All right. Have a good day, you guys. I'm going to bust out of here now, and I'll talk to you next time. Bye.
All right, so again, JFIN, the alert set around 512. See if it takes it out again later on. These TCAT plays or the NFG plays look like they're over for a while anyway. TCAT is definitely dropping. I still think that KRG, boring. But if it can ever get through that 50-cent mark, again, could have a bit of a run. It's just, you can see where it's stalled. If it can get through that, and it's boring, it's a bigger float than some of the other ones. But I am not getting, oh, there's one. I'm not getting too many new alerts now. Now, you might wonder, well, why did Triple U get alerted so late at 12:54? Why not earlier? Well, one of the conditions, it has to make a new high. So unfortunately, in that first 15 minutes, it made a high way up here. In that first 15 minutes, pulled all the way back. So it had to wait for that high to break. So that's why it's a very late alert. I don't see any news. I saw this one in the pre-market. I don't see any specific. Sorry, I don't see any specific news for it. Just looking at my headlines. I don't see any specific news for it. Well, okay, it is now taken that out in a big way. The Triple U has taken that high out in a big way. Now the next challenge will be that 770. That's far enough away. But again, you're chasing it now. I'm not saying to take the trade now, but if you were watching it before and you were in this one before, that was your first level to be a little concerned about, but it took it out. You know, Saif, and you're probably asking in the other room. I mean, you're fixated on this LWAC. You know, I mean, I don't know how new a trader you are, but I mean, you know, if you're new, forget about a 1 minute chart. Number one, okay. I don't know how new you are to trading. There's nothing bullish about this yet. I mean, this is just consolidating like mad. Again, I don't know how new a trader you are. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, I mean, chasing, you know, chasing is somewhat obvious. It depends on the time frame you're looking at. But if you see a bunch of green candles in a row and you want to get in, then you're chasing. But if don't think you're chasing because a stock is up a lot. Okay, maybe that's what you're thinking too. Just because a stock is up, 40% doesn't mean it can't get up 80%. But it's a matter of waiting for maybe a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of a pause, and then if it moves higher on volume, it could start it going again. Okay, but if you're obviously, you are chasing something that is up, multiple candles in a row. I never do that. But if if it could somehow pause for a while, I'm not saying I'm taking this, but just as an example, pause for a while, maybe 5 or 6 2-minute candles, just pausing, and then all of a sudden volume comes in to push it. See, to me, this is a mess. DATS is a mess. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. Look at it. It's all over the place on a 2-minute chart. Topping tails, bottoming tails on a 5, topping. If you were trying to go long, I mean, this is just, undecipherable for me. So I would just say, forget it. You got to look for something from. One thing I haven't talked about at all, and what I'll do is this. I'll bring back. Well, I won't. Before I do that, you should always be looking for reasons not to get into a trade. I know that sounds crazy, but always look for reasons not to take a trade, okay? So you should have a checklist of things that, okay, if it does this, check, this, check, this, check, this, there's an X, you don't take the trade. So for instance, people, I'm not a huge swing trader, but this is probably a good example of what I'm talking about. I haven't brought this out for a while. So my 4 rules for swing trading, okay? I have to have a check mark in each one of them before I would take a trade, okay? So for instance, I will always, so if I get an alert, you hear me say this all the time, right? I get an alert. I'm always looking left, 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 left to see how much room does it have before it can stall. If I don't see anything on the daily chart, then I check the weekly and then I check the monthly, okay? So in this particular case, this was a real stock, okay? I mean, this is not made up. Check the weekly, daily. Well, I can just check the daily. Here's the next high way up here. So I can go check. I check to see where the 200-day moving average is. It was way up here, so that's not going to stall at any time soon. So I can go check. Then I always check to see when a company is having earnings. I will never, ever, ever hold through earnings. So as long as doesn't have earnings nearby, and I'll always check another source. I will not just rely on our data provider. I'll always check another source. Okay, so if I can put a check there, great. And then I want the stock to close near the high of the day. Okay, it doesn't have to be right at the penny, but near the high of the day. So if I can go check, 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 then a stock for me becomes a swing candidate. It's for intraday trading, it's the same sort of thing that I go through. I'm looking, okay, is it making a new high, but it's 10 5-minute candles up in a row. There's a big X, so I don't look at it. But if it's making a new high, maybe what if that's made a new high? What if it was kind of in this area right there, a little bit of consolidation, all of a sudden it made a new high and volume, okay? So new high on volume, that's a double check. But then I'm also looking, okay, where could it go on the daily, weekly, monthly before it hits another high? So these are all check marks that I'm doing really rapidly in my head, okay? And if I have one no, I don't take the trade. I mean, it's almost, well, it is that simple. I just don't take the trade. So, always look for reasons not to take a trade. And if you can't figure that out, if you can't, then you have no real plan. Okay, and I'm not talking to anybody in particular, just in general. And that's why you practice trading. Practice, 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 practice. Use our simulator. Practice trading. I have to remember to say that. I haven't said that. I'm not even sure I've ever said that in the room, but you have to. Because it just sounds so contrarian. But look for reasons not to take a trade, as opposed to reasons to take a trade. Because in theory, they cancel each other out. If all the reasons not to take a trade, and you're not saying X to any one of them, then boom, you've got the reason to take a trade. Now this one yesterday, look at this one, guys. Now I don't know what is TCAT doing. I want to say this is an NFT play. Am I right? Can somebody verify that? I can't tell by the profile, but I could have sworn that when NFT were going crazy, that this one was going crazy along with it. I may be wrong. It may not be an NFT trade at all. But I waited yesterday. Remember, I was waiting yesterday for a 20 break. I just can't remember if it's an NFT trade. Thank you, Avery. It is. I thought so. Now look at TCAT. Look at TCAT. Look what's happening. TCAT is alive again. IGT. So so this may drag some of them up again. Take a look at Dolphin, DLPN. It's starting to move again. Difficult. Actually, this did not fall that much compared to TCAT. TCAT really fell. This did not fall that much. big area for it to take out also, that 20. I mean, 20 is, to me anyway, very psychological number to get through. Now, when you look left on the next high is 2036, the next high is 2029, the next high is 2017. You know, it doesn't have a 2024. You know, it's got, you know, for me now, even though I did get the alert, I wanted to see if it ever was going to take out 20. It's got a lot of baggage right around the area. Which is too bad. I wish all this weren't here. All right, you've made me look at AMC. Again, guys, this KRG, boring as heck, but you never know. If it takes out 2050, it could get on a bit of a run. I'm in that one. I'm just hanging on. It's boring, but I'll take boring. Boy, that Sava has been all over the place. I mean, as low as $80, gets back up to almost almost 97. Now it's dropped another $10, back down to 87. Yeah, you want action? That's your stock of the day, really. You guys hear that in the background? All right, let's take a look at AMC just for fun. I want to see where it hit yesterday. Oh no. Oops. Speaking of this, look at this one. What a run this A has been on. Accidentally typed that one in. So it's approaching yesterday's high. Well, it actually got to yesterday's high, AMC, almost to the penny. Amazing, isn't it? 48.30, 48.20. I mean, that's, for $48 stock, we're talking 10 cents. I mean, that's just amazing, guys. If you wonder why I keep looking left on things, that's the reason. It's amazing how close these things get, and then they just stop. AEVA. Well, well, okay, what do we have for a float? 83 million in the float. See if there's any reason why this is going up. I can't see any specific reason. But again, you know, look left. What do we see? 989. Plus it's so close to 10. I just feel that it, you know, it will stall at 10 no matter what, even if it got through this 989. And the SPY is just flattening out now. All right, so let's take a look at these Bollinger Bands on the 5-minute chart. You know, that's right now not a major issue. I mean, it's not. They're kind of close, but they could expand, of course, if it moves up. But let's just see. They're on the 15. It's far enough away. No, I mean, I'm just waiting to see if it can take out 50 cents again. That 50-cent mark. It got up to 2051. It's got some resistance right, you know, right around that area, and then if we get through that 2056, it has a shot to the 22 level, or sorry, to the 21 level for KRG. All right, guys. Well, again, things have slowed down for me. I'm not getting too many new alerts. What I'm seeing is a lot of choppy action. Yeah, I see that support SPRT popping up, coming right back down, popping up, coming right back down. Okay, guys, I say I'm not seeing anything. Take a look at Givo. I know it had I believe some analysts put a $10 price target on it. Stifle, that was, yeah, yesterday, put a $10 price target on it. Not that it's going to get to 10, but, at least it's holding the gains from yesterday. Meanwhile, TBPH continues down. After yesterday's shellacking. Have not seen DraftKings for a long time. DKNG, haven't seen it pop up in any scan for a while. Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice. It's had a nice, actually a nice 4-day run. Actually, a nice, yeah, very nice. Actually, yeah, this week, I mean, nice break on the weekly. Yeah, guys, DLPN making a new high. Wow, we're making a new high. Look at this high here, guys. Look at that move for DLPN. And it's taken up, it's at the high of yesterday, I do believe, 1344, right at the high of yesterday. Look out if it takes that out. I mean, then 1474 is the next high, looking left on the monthly. And TCAT is on the move, but this is actually now a better play than the TCAT. Why do I say that? Well, better. Only in that TCAT seemed to fall a lot more than, I mean, Dolphin fell here, but when TCAT was falling here, it was sort of maintaining. All right, well, we might have something. Look at all the resistance. Too bad. Look at ADAP. I mean, it came on the option scanner, but can you just sort of tell? I mean, look at all the garbage right around here. If that weren't there, I mean, then it has a shot to the 570 mark. But I don't know. I mean, there's the high right there is 517. High right there is 558. That's far enough away. High right there is 504. I just like cleaner looking charts. Well, here is one positive, I suppose. A red bar ignored on the 5-minute. What's the float like? It's a big float, so it shouldn't be super dynamic. And when I say super dynamic, I mean it shouldn't chop. up and down madly. Well, RGC guys, yeah. Again, low float. 2 million in the float. It's crazy for a $37 stock. That's why you can get these, wild moves. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I didn't take the trade. There's a 200-day moving average, 490, so it is above that. I did not take this trade. And, well, my goodness, guys, guess what got halted? RGC just got halted on the way up. Yeah, I'm not that impressed with HOFV. It did have some movement yesterday, and it's tied in with Dolphin DLPN. I mean, it's just shopping around. You know, I just don't. I mean, look at the chart. I mean, it's hard to. Whereas DLPN does not look like this at all. So, it's not tracking DLPN like you would anticipate it doing. Well, let's see if there's any clue as to where this is going to open. Nope, not yet. Well, I see 38. I see 30. Well, no, I see 39. 39. Yeah, it's hard to know where this is going to open. Which one, Ija? Which one is just getting started? The Hall of Fame or HOFV? In your opinion, of course. Yeah, yeah, this one. I do remember this one. Maybe a difference is a U.S. stock. The other one is a China stock. But other than that, yeah. Of course, look where it is now. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I am back and just watching the KGC, KR, I keep saying KCG. Wow, look at the RGC, unbelievable. Unbelievable. What? Zach, really? Just a minute, okay? Just give me a moment. Okay, I've got to find your email address. You don't happen to, don't worry, I'm not going to say anything, but you don't happen to have two accounts with us, do you? Oh, he can't hear me. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Okay, guys, I'm just putting myself on mute for a minute here, okay? All right, guys. Sorry about that. Wow, insane action on the RGNC. Oh, sorry, RGNC, the RGC. And if you're wondering, well, how would I trade that, Barry? I always say on this one, you're on your own because such a low float, anything can happen. 2.3 million in the float, so anything can happen. I mean, you could have maybe got in here on this little pullback around this area, but there's no guarantees. All of a sudden the rug gets pulled and you're down $15 like that. So, if you're going to take something like that, you have to take fewer shares, wider stops, know your risk, and don't wander away from the computer. Just a minute. I'm sure it got halted again. Yeah, no, it resumed. It has not been halted again. Wow. 2 million shares came in too. So you talk about trading the float now. This one, was funny because when this one was going crazy the other time, it wasn't on excessive crazy volume. I mean, this is not still excessive. 12 million. I mean, it's 2 million in the float, so it's almost 10 times the float. But well, it started yesterday. Well, it didn't. It started a few days ago, of course, RGC. I still don't see any news on it. And of course, it doesn't trade options, so that's why it would never show up on the option scanner. Meanwhile, I'm in KRG snoozing. Well, you know what? I mean, it's actually resting a bit. RGC is actually kind of resting just a little bit. RGC. Spread is not crazy for the well, it's a little crazy. Now, it's not crazy for the price of the stock. Just give me a moment here, guys. All right, guys, sorry about that. So, well, KRG continues to inch up. All right, guys. Well, I am kind of waiting to see if this RGC breaks 50 again. And, you know, it's very possible if it does. I'll take a little bit just to see if it can scream higher. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm just trying to deal with something on the side here. Savo looks still good. I mean, it has bounced off 85. I mean, this still looks interesting. SGOC, is it doing something crazy? I haven't seen that one for a while. Yeah, I mean, there's some volume coming in, no question. There's volume coming in. Remember this day that it went from what 448 up to 886. It's not a low float. This has always surprised me because it's not a low float, and yet it has some of these. It has, I think on that day it doubled. I mean, I don't know really what else to say about it. I mean, it's had the pop on the volume. Volume is decreasing now. You know, if you're looking to take this, you'd obviously need volume to pop it through again. Man, look how whippy that is. That RGC down to 43, right back up to 46. I tell you, if it takes out 50, I think it's going to have another run. It could have another run. You are going to have to be awfully quick. So this is what I would do. I mean, if anybody's waiting for a 50 break, just put a price alert. Put a price alert, you know, around, 49. And if it hits that, then you know you're going close to 50. I mean, it may pop right through that, but at least you'll know. AMC is choppy as anything. All right, guys, there's the J fin. It is right back up. That was the level, so it's right back up there. And again, let's refresh our memories. The high looking left is 546 on the monthly, so it has a little bit of room on the monthly. 512. Yeah, I mean it's got 512, 523, and then you get to that high. So, I mean it just got a little maybe too much to get through. I don't know. I mean it's just not clean, but it's starting to move and some volume. Okay, the big thing is moving on volume. Look at the volume increasing on the 2-minute chart, obviously increasing on the 5 for JFIN. All right, guys, how's that adapt doing? I don't think it's probably doing anything. I haven't heard anybody talk about it. So ADAP, yeah, hasn't really moved. Again, too much resistance, I think. ADAP. I mean, it's moved from 505. I mean, it's not bad, I suppose, on a percentage basis, but nothing spectacular. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am just not seeing any new alerts yet. Now, keep an eye on that RGC. I mean, they've got some bottoming tails. Have some bottoming tails now on the 15-minute chart. Sorry, this symbol lookup. When it's going to work well, it'll be nice, but still some little bugs in it. So there's a bottoming tail all the way down to 43. Another little one here. We'll see if the sellers finally kind of give up. Again, guys, I'm just waiting on any sort of a new alert coming in, kind of keeping an eye on the RGC to see if it takes out 50. Right now, you see what the market is doing, just kind of flattened out. Guys, again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade if it goes over 50, okay? Understand. But there are people in the room that might be interested when it does hit 50. You have to figure out if you do want to trade it. It's dropping again. Okay. Guys, this OSCR was one of my short lists yesterday, and it is now starting to move. Not doing, no, it's only up six. It's up only 6.5%. The high yesterday was 1316, so it's a little bit above that high. And then you've got 1360, and you've got 1358. So, it may try to fill in that little gap here. WDC, Western Digital. What's happening with Western Digital? I'm waiting for a big wow. Wow. That's right. Look at this. I don't see any news on it, specific news on it. I'm sure you guys are looking to short the top. If it stops, it will stop. Boy, this looks like this could get halted. Something this big could get halted on news. Advanced merger talk. Yeah, there you are. Yeah. Advanced merger with, I don't know this company. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. Kioxia. Kioja. $20 billion deal. I'm surprised it's not halted on news. Yeah, right here. So there's some interactive brokers. Ugrow. Okay, let's take a look at Ugrow. Urban Grow. Yeah, I mean, look at the. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened here. I have no idea what happened here. One of those crazy ones. Another low float. Ah, man, I guess I'm wrong about the JFIN. I hear it ringing in my ear. JFIN. Wow. Okay, well, I was wrong. I thought it would stall more, and not even close. So I guess we'll chalk it up to a win. 510. 530 what? 537. I didn't take it. Well, wow, JFIN, guys. I mean, this was just ripping now. JFIN. Again, I did not take this one. 510 from the option scanner alert. And now it's got up to 543. I just thought there might be a little too much resistance on the way up, but not even close. The big thing about this one, though, it's the room it's got. Obviously, I mean, you just have to look left on the weekly chart. I mean, it's broken out on the weekly chart. Hard to see because of the exponential nature of this, but yeah, I mean, it's taken all this out on the weekly chart. Weeks and weeks and weeks it was like this. Now I don't know what happened here. I don't know if this was a spin-off or what the heck happened here. Hard to believe that this is one day. I guess anything is possible in this market, that it got up to 100 and came right back down. Well, it's piggybacking on the WDT or WDC, Mr. Keith, as Zach said. I mean, it's just in the same sector, so you know, it's a sympathy play. MU, no M. So the same thing. Okay. As Zach pointed out, I mean, you know, the other ones in the sector say, hey, what about us? All right, sorry guys, I'm just doing some house cleaning here, or housekeeping here. Still have that KRG, so I want to see if it can really take out 2050. Boring, 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 but no reason for me to get out. I'm up in it a little bit, so no reason to get out even if it's boring. And of course I'm keeping a really close eye on that RGC, maybe for a 50 break. Okay, well, so far I've been right about the ADAP with that resistance area being a little tough to get through. I was not right about the JFIN. All right, DVAX is just now, that one is showing up in the option scanner, DVAX. What sort of room does it have? All right, well, this looks like it has more room, guys. I mean, there's on the monthly chart. Look at the weekly chart. I don't see really too much. I've got to go back here, 2020. Yeah, I've got to go back to 19, back to 18 before we see these levels. So this DVAX could have a rip. There's 105 million in the float. You know, and it's popping out a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of little pullback here in the 2, a little bit of consolidation on the 15s. So it's not like this is not complete chase mode. So let's see how it trades right now around this mark. 1663 was the alert. So, and of course it's got to be a vaccine play, right? A COVID play, I mean. All right, let's just put an alert up here around 1663 and see if it wants to run at all. Is beta safe? Yes. When you see me having problems, I'm on a development version, not the beta, but the beta is safe. Yes. No, you can't have my version. It's a development version. Can have bugs in it. I've already found one. I mean, today I had to go back. All right, well, let's see if DVAX moves. It's not shortable either at Interactor Brokers. I mean, when I say not shortable, they won't even try to look for it. Not available for short sale, DVAX. Come on, one more pop. Remember, guys, these are tradable stocks. When I say that, I have no idea where these are going. But if you get into some of these and they get a quick pop on you, you know, I would not hesitate to take some out if you wanted to. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, I've taken some out. Okay, I want to see. Okay, now it's going to 80. DVAX. Again, this is a trade for me. Now, can it take out 17? I mean, that's the big one. Can it take out 17? I'm talking about the DVAX, of course. Let me just take a look at DVAX here. So, what did it do earlier? No, it didn't have a high, but you know, probably the option volume was okay at the beginning, but it was the option volume percent. It is now 400%. Remember, my filter is 300. Look at, okay guys, RGC, excuse me, RGC. What a day. Okay, so if you're in this DVAX, I mean, just be aware. I mean, I know it doesn't make any sense, but I just think that that whole number. But let's take a look a little more closely. So the next high looking left on the monthly, let's say that's 1375. Obviously, that's not a problem. 1620, that's not a problem. 2010. Now that was back in 2018. So you're talking over 3 years ago. You know, I don't know if that's 3 years ago. You know, there was no virus. So this is a virus play, right? All right, guys. The fun and games may begin with the RGC. Well, what to say? Boom! Oh my goodness. Guys, I've got some, but I didn't get very much. Okay, it popped right through. I mean, but I'm going to see what happens. Yeah, what a spread. Oh, man. Which won't matter. Oh, man, can I shamelessly cheerlead? Go. I got to remember I'm in the DVAX also. Wow. Yeah, but I mean, a 60-cent spread on something that could move $5 or $6 is nothing, right? Obviously. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do. Wow. So guys, this is what I'm talking about. There was the alert 1663 for the DVAX. We're at 1690 right now or so. Okay, from the option scanner. I'm actually surprised how many option trades there were, not trades, but alerts we had today. Well, guys, yeah, well, look at DVAX challenging that 17. Guys, obviously traded. So I'm watching this one now. See if it gets back over 50 in a big way. I'm totally out of this RGC. Obviously, way more focused now on the DVAX. See if it can really take out 16. Look at Robin Hood. Hood. Look at Hood. Big pop here as the other memers are starting to drop. Just not shortable for me, Zach, he who cannot hear me, but yeah, it's not shortable for me. I'm talking about the RGC. Oh, you can hear me. Okay, check your email, please. Not right now necessarily, but check your email. The last one, okay? Thanks. Look at Hood, guys. Approaching 50. This, in theory, is the anti-meme. Everybody was supposed to be shorting this one. All the WSB guys supposed to be shorting this one. Well, they didn't do too good a job here. Anyway, not shortable right now for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, come on, get through that 17. What a day, guys. I mean, jeez. Okay, I'm going to tell you, if you're new to trading, have this, okay? The unusually strong options volume, okay? If you're new to trading, focusing on just a few stocks a day, wow, 234 already. Okay, well, this has been a fast day for me. So what I'm going to do right now is just talk a little bit about taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas so you can join in all the fun with a nice promo code. Okay? Yeah, I did not get back in it. I hope you're right, Zach. I did not get back in it, the RGC. So there's the promo code, Test Drive 25 for 25% off. Give me a moment. Okay, so there's the promo code you can use. Okay, test drive 25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on my link right there. And, you know, obviously right there, click on the get trade ideas and you can apply that 25%. You can, if you take, what I would do is, you know, if you're unsure, just take a standard subscription for 1 month. See if you like us. You know, standard 118 less than 25%. And if within a month you decide, yeah, I want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25% promo code, okay? But don't start off with an annuals. You can always start off here. All I'm doing is standard stuff, guys. I'm just doing standard. Standard is fine. And more information on my homepage again, Trade of the Week. This is free, stock of the day video. Actually, I didn't do a stock. I sort of said, here's my option scanner. So that was really a stock of the day. And all the education is here. Lots of education is right here. All free, 20 lessons. Daily support, 12 to 1 on YouTube. I'm running through this because save my link. You can take a look at all this later on. The webinars now, usually there's a webinar, a Q&A with Dan and Brad, a couple of co-founders of Trade Ideas today. It has been canceled. I think we're going to be revamping the way we do webinars in the future anyway. So educational videos, I mean, creating your account, starting Trade Ideas from scratch right here. New to trading, this is for you. What is a stock? Starts off with what is a stock? You're new to trading, we're just starting out, you know, take a look at this. We have some ebooks for you. So lots and lots of information on my home page. And of course you have to be a subscriber. But you click here, here's the beauty, moving higher with unusually strong options right there. And I also have a sample layout. A lot of other scans I'm sharing, but hey, if I only had one to use for the rest of my life, this would be it. So save my link. Look at the volume that came into Hood. Too bad I had that little jog down for the RGC. I was just got a little too jumpy. Thought I might just crash right down through 50. But anyway. Okay, I'm all out of the DVAX. The minute it dropped down or came back down to 17, I got out. So I'm not in anything right now. I'm out of the KRG also. Market is actually putting in a bit of a red bar now. So as I say, I'll be shutting the room down in about 20 minutes. So any questions, certainly ask them now. Look at the volume coming into Hood, guys. Ooh, Sava's starting to really drop again too. Wow, what action today. Look at Hood. I mean, $50 now. Look at the volume that came in. Biggest volume bar of the day. You know, normally the first bar of the day can be the biggest for most stocks. That's when all the action is, right when the stock opens. But now this is the biggest volume bar of the day for Hood. See guys, this is what I'm saying. Trade these. You know, DVACs, I mean, it was wonderful, but you've got to trade them. You cannot allow yourself, you know, the alert was at 1663. You can, you know, I don't know, you know, even you got in right around here at 70, you know, goes up to 1712, pulls back. That 17 to me, again, it was just, I was not amazed that it popped through, but when it did, I thought maybe it can keep going. But, you know, you've got to trade these. Little surprising. I mean, it's 105 million in the float, but it's a, you know, it's a bio. And to you, Sir Thomas. Oh man, KRG. I'm out of it now, but KRG is even looking to do a little pop now. I'm completely out of the KRG. Well, I mean, this is really, I mean, Hood is really, I mean, the volume is pouring in here. And I don't even know if I can call this a meme stock. I mean, it makes sense that it would be, but the rest of them are just doing nothing. So, remember, this is the, according to WSBers, this is the evil Hood. So, is that right? Okay. That's funny. Well, as I say, they didn't do a good job. I mean, it came out, didn't do too much for the first 2 days. This is where it IPO'd, and then all of a sudden, kaboom. So he must have told them back here, or did he? Anyway, it's just interesting. The rest of them are not following suit at all. Oh yeah, it was a childish thing. I listened to everybody dumping on Robin Hood before. I mean, it was nonsense. But hey, you can't. Sometimes you cannot fight the herd. But right now, I mean, look at the volume coming in. What time is it right now? 2:45. So this candle is closed. So the next one will start. So that candle. I mean, look at the volume bar for that 15-minute candle. Here's the opening one. I mean, it's almost twice as much. I mean, This is not shortable for us right now, real, at Interactive Brokers Hood. Way above the yeah. I mean, there's the 5 minute Bollinger Band, way above it. Barney, just a minute. I'm email discussion, guys, or internal discussion. All right, S&PR. Okay, getting back to maybe taking a look at one last little trade here. S&PR. Too late. Thank you. Well, let's see if it breaks 10. Maybe I could take it if it broke 10. So for instance, SNPR was not above, doesn't look like it anyway, above the 5 minute. Unless this is really wrong. Am I right, real? I mean, I'm looking at SNPR in a 5 minute chart. There's the brown line there. It never broke. Unless this Bollinger Band is completely not the same as yours. It did cross the 5.8, but I don't see that it got above the Bollinger Bands on the 5 minute chart, so I'm not sure. Okay, so our Bollinger Bands must not be the same as yours then. which is strange because there wasn't really too much pre-market action, I don't think, for SNPR. Oh, it didn't break. Okay, I thought you said it broke it. Don't do that to me again, Becca. Okay, it was above the 30. Okay, well, let me just change this to 30. Aha. Okay. So, okay, so it's okay, it was above the 30. It was not above the 5. I know William looks for the 5. So what do you now? You're not looking at the 5 anymore? You're just looking at the 30 or 60? Okay, so Ben, the only way to do it, you want to change, like what I do, I'm on the West Coast. I think the easiest thing, you may not want to do this, but what I do is my computer clock is set for East Coast, even though I'm on the West Coast. But if you don't want to do that, go to Tools. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So go to Tools, Options, and then Time Options, okay? You pick the time zone you want. So in your case, I guess you can leave your computer, whatever time zone you want, but pick Eastern time zone. Okay? Why it says local time is because I've set my computer to East Coast time, so that's, it's thinking I'm on the East Coast. But if you want to leave your computer to wherever you are, Central Time, just pick Eastern Time Zone then, here, and then all your trade ideas, alerts, charts, etc. will be in Eastern Time Zone. Okay? Okay, Ben, did you get that? So again, Tools, from our toolbar, click on Tools, Options, Time Zone. Time Options, okay? And then I don't know if you have to reboot. I'm not sure if you have to restart trade ideas for that to happen. Okay, so are you good? No, but this is not changing your computer clock. This is just changing how anything from trade ideas is being displayed. Okay, Ben, I'm not sure. Are you good now? All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to winding this up. Look at SPRT, guys, on the move here. SPRT on the move. Late bloomer. God, we have email discussions going internally, and just a minute, please. Well, here's another one that just showed up. A little late though, but let's see. GNLN, Green Lane. GNLN just showed up on the option scanner, but it is late. It must have just snuck in. The option volume had to be 2,000, so it's just sneaking in now. I wish all this weren't here, as I always say. Killer 4 hour? 4 hour. You know, for a power hour type trade, keep an eye on the DVAX. I mean, if it comes right through. 17 again, just a minute. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'm going to wrap this up. Okay, we got some internal stuff happening here, guys, so I am going to wrap this up right now. I have to solve some problems, so just a minute, okay? I'm going to wrap this up right now. And tomorrow is Thursday, okay? That's script correct. All right, guys, thanks for all the help. What a day. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody. And again, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.